partition plan, then the new established government basically inherits the borders of the previous governance, which is the British Mandate, and legally the entire land is ours, especially after it was conquered by Jordan and annexed by Jordan. We conquered it, it was not a Palestinian state, and the only reason that we are in this is because of the entire international debate.
Uri Posidatas jurors.
What?
Uri Posidatas jurors.
Exactly. I wanted to say it, but I cannot say it because it never comes out of my mouth correct. So thank you for saying it.
That's why I said
Say it again. So if people wanna look and understand what it is.
Uri Posidatas jurors.
Which is a legal term which basically means what I said before, that the new governing body inherits the borders of the former governing body.
Look, we know this much, that Jordan had the land from 48 to 67 and did not for 1 minute think of creating a Palestinian state. And nobody called on them to do so. I'm not aware of any calls on Jordan from 48 to 67 to create a Palestinian state.
But does that surprise you, or?
No, I mean, it's just the whole Palestinian movement is just a way of continuing the war to keep Israel from existing.
Well, I mean, seems like the Palestinians have more of an objection to be ruled under a Jewish state. So, I mean, I don't understand why you bring that up.
Well, to the extent that they thought that they deserved an independent country, from 48 to 67, there's no record of an independence movement. There's no record of the people of Gaza saying we should be independent. It's a claim that was invented. And to the extent people think that they are a people with nationalhood who deserve a country, there's no historical, it's the whole origin of the movement seems to be a rejection of Israel, not a rejection of anything else.
It should surprise you, shapeshifter.
Swallow.
Sorry.
Yeah, finish chewing. Yeah.
Swallow.
But I'm saying it should surprise you when you're saying, oh, does that? I'm done.
Okay.
I'm just saying it should surprise the pro-Palestinian people that Jordan never tried to create a Palestinian state, because we have been told that Palestinian statehood is the goal. If Jordan had the opportunity to create a Palestinian, and if Palestinian statehood was in fact the goal, we should be surprised that Jordan did not create a Palestinian state. So when Randy says they didn't create a Palestinian state, it's not surprising to Randy, because Randy doesn't think that Palestinian statehood is the goal. Jordan wouldn't want to create a Palestinian state. It should be surprised Palestinian statehood is the goal, because if Jordan didn't create a Palestinian state, hence, do you think the actual goal really is?
Yeah, that was really hard to follow.
I'll make it even simpler. I'll make it simpler. Okay? If you believe that they are a people who desperately deserve their own country, then why was there no mention of it from 48 to 67? And my answer is because they are an invented people. They are what's the word I'm looking for? Migrant workers who came from about 5 different countries. They don't have a distinct, their clans, their tribes, but there's no famous Palestinian poet, no famous Palestinian king. There's no marker of an independent people before 67.
But using your own logic against you, though, why would
the Jews, especially ones that were inhabiting Israel, deserved a country there for themselves.
Okay, no, you're late to the room. You're late to the room, and so you will not be, I'm dealing with one thing right now, and if you don't understand the origins of Zionism, we'll have that conversation
No,
later
I'm
on.
talking about...
You're just late to the room. Thank you.
But you talked about state.
It's not about deserving, Pepe. I think this is where people are mistaken with the Palestinian cause. It's about creating a state. When Zionists came, they didn't say, "Oh, bring us a state." They dried swamps and they build infrastructure. They build government bodies and judicial bodies, and this is how you create a state.
You guys were
create
given.
a state.
You guys were given. You guys, the League of Nations, basically allowed you guys.
Yeah, that's no. No one gave. No, that's nonsense, dude. Let's not dumb the conversation down, okay?
Okay, so here's my this is what I think is a more accurate narrative. Let's start with the fact that the Palestinians are one of the only two kind of peoples in the Middle East, aside from the Lebanese, that have the longest continuous connection to the land.
False.
Well,
That is very false.
Can I make, before everybody starts getting all excited, can I finish making my points? And then
Yeah,
we can
but it's false.
debate. Okay, I appeal to Daniel, if I'm going to be interrupted, then I'll just leave.
I'm just saying, you're gonna make a few points. Why not? If you make,
I'd like to make 3 points. Are you okay with that? If that's not okay with you, I'll just leave. That's totally fine.
Right, you've been served. You're number 14, remember?
Try to make
Daniel, can I make 3 points?
go ahead. Just harder to.
Can I make? Okay. You're okay if I make 3 points without being interrupted?
I am
Listen,
okay. Go
I'm
ahead.
just saying that it's harder to have a discussion with three, but go ahead.
Okay. All right. The first point I made. The second is that the Palestinians, including the Palestine Arab Congress that existed in 1920, yes, they rejected the idea of Zionism, and to that extent, part of their movement was in response to rejecting Zionism. The third point is the Palestinians get to choose and who they want to be ruled by. And yes, they preferred the Arabs than the Jews.
They are Arabs.
Yeah, so you said at the beginning that they are like a distinct group, the Palestinians that be living there. So yes, there were Arabs that lived on the land, but not every person that was in the land in 1948 is original Palestinian, because we also know that hundreds of thousands of them immigrated during the British Mandate and the Zionist movement, because, again, referring to what I said before about building a nation, there was a lot of work. And it was growing and people immigrated there. So not everybody, yes, they were, of course, they were also Jews there. But hundreds of thousands of them also immigrated. Also Jews, by the way.
Right, they came because of opportunities created by the Jewish settlers. That the half a million Arabs
They have a
came.
higher percentage of Levantine DNA than the Jews that live there. That is a fact. So their ancestors,
again,
they
you're saying-
do have
All right,
ancestors.
so American Indians have a higher percentage of DNA than you. So are you going to leave?
No, but you guys are calling them Arabs to dismiss them as somehow not being native whatsoever to the land.
People-
Pepe, first of all, Levantine is not Israel, okay? Levantine is, again, when I say immigrated, they immigrated from the Levant, okay? I'm not saying that they immigrated from the North Pole. But Levant is a big place. Syria is the Levant.
I'm
Southern Syria. Southern Syria.
Okay. Do you guys
Lebanon is the
have?
Levant.
Okay. So as far as I recall, there were about 800,000 to 1 million Palestinians living there, and there were about 80,000 Jews. So if we want to talk about
When?
in the 20s and 30s.
When?
So if we
No,
want
no.
That's not
to,
true.
no. Okay. All right.
In 1937, there were roughly 500,000 Jews.
But what is your point?
I said my
But what is your point?
My point is, again, the first point I made is that they are, aside from the Lebanese, the group with the longest continuous connection to the land there.
Who?
And
The
if
Palestinians? The
the
Palestinians?
Palestinians, yes.
Yeah, but what is?
And the
but
secondary point,
what do you mean?
is
But what do you mean? But what do you mean?
Let him finish and we can talk about it afterwards, please.
But this is what I stopped him before, and he finished, and I didn't get an answer because this is exactly the point.
no, you didn't get an answer because everybody started jumping in.
Yeah.
So there were Arabs there, but you're making now as a distinct group, calling them Palestinians. Even like if I would see documents, even written by Arabs, they were called the Arabs of Palestine. By the way, so were the Jordanians. And the Jordanians are not called Palestinians anymore. And the British mandate was also
But they were
Jordan.
called South Syrian Arabs.
And there was South Syria, no, like in the document that we talked about, Yaakov, the definition of the Nakba, or whatever the name is, the origin of the Nakba, there he called the people there the Arabs of Palestine.
Right, but they themselves call themselves South Syrians.
So amongst them, yes, there are probably a group of Arabs that's been living there for generations. But when we now say Palestinians, we are talking about, I don't know, millions or hundreds of thousands if we go back to 1948. Those are not
Living there for centuries.
living there.
Centuries, not generations.
Not the hundred thousands. Not the hundred thousands.
Okay, if you could provide a source, I'll read it.
Of what? The immigration of Arabs to
Yeah,
the British mandate?
if you can provide a source that suggests that the 800,000 to 1 million Palestinians that have been there since the 20s and 30s all immigrated there around the same time as the Jews, then I'll read.
I didn't say they all. Again, I didn't say all, and I emphasized a few times that there were Arabs that were living there, and many that immigrated there.
Okay,
And now
how many is?
I don't know how many exactly. I can check. I'm just saying that
you provide a source. Yeah, I'll read your source.
No problem. So there were Arabs living there, and there were Arabs that came, and and according to the definition, anyone that basically lived from 46 until 48 on the land is considered a Palestinian, even if you immigrated in 1945.
I'm going back to the 20s.
All right.
The Ottoman Turks are great demographers, and they took the census, and they had the data if you cared about it.
The British also did censuses in the 1920s. They're the only ones and the earliest that were recorded. There weren't that many Jews.
There weren't
That's
that many,
correct.
but there were plenty.
There were more Christians than Jews.
That's correct.
There were tens of thousands, and nobody said the
Yeah, but
Christians couldn't
the
have.
Tens of thousands isn't what I saw. That's not
Yeah,
the numbers that I
but
saw when I read the censuses.
The Jews were
It's more than
expelled
tens of
from.
thousands.
El Normal, that's not what the census, the British census said.
You haven't
Yeah,
seen
the-
the British
Oh, I
census.
did. What are you talking? Hold on. That's exactly what
Put
I
it in
just
the
told you.
chat.
That's
Put it in the
exactly.
chat.
Hold on. Forget it.
Forget it.
Forgotten.
Well, I would just advise anybody who's interested to go look it up
Yeah.
yourself because there is
Put it
the
in the
fact.
chat.
What's to look up? I'm very
Wait,
interested.
what's
I'd like to look up
Look
what
up
census.
what the British said.
Of what year?
I'm not.
Don't
You're
interrupt her.
you're triggered, man. Relax, boy.
I'm just asking for a year.
Nobody is triggered.
It was,
It's a
I
polite
believe-
Conversation.
Yaakov, I believe it was the 1922.
Yeah, okay, I've seen that. Let me look.
The Jews, I mean, the story with the Jews is that they were expelled from the land. They were kicked out from the land, okay? And there was always Jewish presence, but the ties of Jews around the world was always to, like, Jerusalem and to this land. And they came back. It's a unique story. I get it. And, you know, people try to always compare everything to this or to that or to this. It's a unique story. And when we came back, Israel was occupied by the British.
You can't, but after centuries or even thousands of years, somehow claim that this land is yours because you're part of some diaspora.
Why not?
That's silly.
First of all,
Because it's just silly. Nobody.
But
why not?
It's like
I don't think
it's
it's
like
silly.
common sense.
I don't think it is silly. I disagree.
You gotta go back to where you came from, Pepe.
You see, I support Israel, but
USA.
it's like these weird fucking this Hasbro bullshit you guys spew is so stupid.
I don't like the word speed.
Let me answer because
I
you're
think
addressing
people are overusing
I'm
that
not
word.
I'm not talking about a claim, okay? The claim is something that we can tell ourselves, okay? Going back, we didn't come and claim the
We
land.
don't have to
It's
honor
not-
your origin story, just like we don't have to
That
honor
is-
Muslims who
that
claim
is
that
true.
any land that was
That's-
Muslim
I don't
belongs to
like
them.
the ignorance that Pepe
Listen
spews.
to the words that I said, okay? I said this claim is something that we can only tell ourselves. So you are correct. This is not something that you are supposed to accept. It was never presented to you to accept. You're not listening to me. You are arguing with yourself. I actually said the exact same thing. This claim of this land is ours is something that we can tell ourselves, not to others. So this is why we never came and claimed the land, okay? That was never like we come and we put a flag and say it's ours. No, the people immigrated there, they were fighting the colonial forces, which were the British, and they created a state. They didn't come and claim it.
You mean
And
colonial
then after the
forces?
war-
But what were you guys? I mean, you guys were foreigners fighting for a piece of land that wasn't yours against another colonial force. It's
so
silly.
this is where we see it differently. We are not a colony of no one. We are a nation that has been kicked out of their home, of their kingdom, and went outside, and we went back. We're not a colony of anyone. The British were colonizing because Britain is in Europe, while their forces were in the Middle East.
But
Our
where were the
people
Jews
were
from?
not
They were
like-
overwhelmingly
They
from
were
Europe.
from Israel.
the Jews came from Judea and Israel, which is where we are today.
No,
And
so you're telling me the ones who bombed the King David
How do you
Hotel
think-
were
how do you
ones
think
that
that
stayed in the Middle East? Of course they weren't.
What? What did you, hold on, stop talking all over the place. You were talking about how did the Jews get to Europe, okay? Like, do you think Judaism started in Europe? I mean, you know,
I know where
it's
we all know
documented.
where. Yeah, we know where it came from. Nobody's denying that.
And the Jews are a nation.
Jesus
okay?
comes from Jerusalem. Okay, so should I be able to go there and claim the fucking land as mine?
But Pepe, let me ask you a question, Pepe. How do you claim the U.S.?
I'm talking about the nation. I'm talking about the nation.
I
that is
claim it because
us,
I live
okay?
here and my parents live here. Okay.
Yeah, but they didn't know where your family came from somewhere else, Pepe. Your
So
family
nobody's,
came
yeah,
from
but
somewhere
nobody's,
else.
yes,
They-
but
yes,
the agreement
and
here
there were
today
other
is that
people
you
living
immigrate here, you get citizenship, all right? Those are
but there
fucking
was already
Americans.
people here,
Can you speak up a little bit? I can't really hear you. Can you speak up a little bit?
There were already people here, Pepe. There were Native Americans, and you came here and you claimed it as part of your culture. But you don't. You should go
I
back to
didn't.
where you're
People
from.
before me. No, I didn't. And it's people before me. However, here's the difference. I'm not using some Hasbro bullshit to make it sound like, oh, it was so peaceful. We did nothing wrong. It was our home.
Yeah, no
which
one
is
is saying
bullshit.
that.
We know
No
what
one
we
is
know what
saying
the
that.
fuck we know what the British did to the fucking natives. We know all of
Nobody.
this. We know about
It's a
slavery.
straw horse. Nobody is saying that it was all peaceful and bullshit. Jews were treated as second-class citizens.
And you guys treated them like shit too.
Jews
You guys
were
are not
dhimmis.
perfect.
Jews were dhimmis all over the Middle East. And Jews
Okay,
came
you're
from
gonna
all
tell
over
me
the
you're
Middle
gonna
East.
act like they were
No, but I
fucking
don't
terrorists at
understand
the
how
time
you
too.
came here. Why is your presence in the USA legitimate, but Jews who go back to Israel is
I
not
didn't say
legitimate?
yours isn't legitimate. I'm saying that all of the Hasbro that
How
you
is
guys
your
use to
situation-
justify it to make you guys seem like you're nothing but fucking saints. It's
Dude, you
obnoxious.
live in a place where American Indians used to live
Yes,
and farm.
and the difference is I acknowledge that.
No, but I don't understand.
Pepe, can you speak up a little bit? I can barely
Israel
hear you
acknowledged
here.
there's 2 million Arabs. There's 2 million Arabs who are Israeli citizens.
So what?
They didn't kick everybody out.
What about the
It's not
millions
too-
of people? What about the millions of people that are being? Yes, but what about the millions of people that are living without representation, living like absolute fucking filth? Okay, in the West Bank and particularly Gaza.
Okay, all right.
They have
Now, are you letting
representation.
someone else talk now?
I'd
Are you
like
gonna
to.
let someone else
I
talk?
can respond to that. Except I'm driving.
Somebody respond to him because this guy is just
Somebody
and
get a
then
spot.
explain to us how you justify living here when millions of Native
Because we made the
Americans
fucking
were
country.
killed and dispossessed.
The country was made by Europeans who came here. The language, the culture, everything. Our government all comes from the
Pepe, it's-
Europeans that
Yeah, but
came
there were
here.
people here before.
Now here's what I say about Israel. You guys created a nice.
Stop yelling,
you
stop
guys
yelling,
created
stop
a
yelling,
nice-
stop yelling,
I
stop
know,
yelling.
well, he's talking over me.
There were
You
people
guys
here before,
created a
Pepe.
nice
You're
first
making it a
world
happy
functional
story.
country in the Middle East, and that is Israel. You guys built it. I think you guys should keep it. But this like stupid, all of this gay shit about your origin story, it's like really off-putting.
You're gay shit, dude. Okay? Let other people talk. You brought down the conversation. Your stupidity has brought down the conversation.
I agree with
your
Randy.
gay shit.
I
Take
agree.
your gay shit and go somewhere else.
Jews and
Take your gay shit and go.
If I may, hold on a second. So, Pepe, thank you. I appreciate it. I actually think this is a really good conversation, right? How do individuals, how do we morally, right, and morally and ethically, philosophically today, how do we justify any type of like movement, right? We have already established, so there's an established government now, and we do it by exchange of what we refer to as private property. So there's private property. How do we make a claim when we move anywhere in the United States? We have to buy that private property, right? That private property is an ownership of the nation, okay? So it's part of the U.S. If it's not owned by a private citizen, it goes back into the hands of the U.S., right? So now we're talking about the complexity of like there's Locke's labor theory, a whole bunch of different of how you attain property when it's not claimed, okay? But the thing is it was claimed. There were pieces of property. Jews that came in to Palestine and they
wasn't claimed. It wasn't claimed. That's incorrect.
Hold on. So according to Locke's labor theory of law, when I say claimed, I'm referring to a person that sat there and had mixed their blood with a piece of land. Irrespective of who the government was, who the land was, it is a human being mixing their blood and sweat with a piece of land. That is their claim to that land now. That's private property.
They don't own it.
Okay.
No, that's not the way it works.
Hold on.
Yeah, but if they're tenant farmers, that doesn't
Oh my
work.
God! Mixing their blood with the land. Mixing their blood.
It doesn't make any sense. If I have the land and I rent it to you and you work the land, it means that the land is yours. I own it and I give it to you you rent it from me.
But let's be clear, John Locke was a philosopher, not a legal theorist. And he's the foundation of the United States of America.
He also was a white colonizer.
Yeah, it's a political theory. It's not law, and it has nothing to do with people who are tenant farmers who don't own the land that they're working on, and just work on it. So, as nice as it sounds, I'm not sure of the parallels you're trying to draw.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So you just explained law is derived by what? Moral theory. We don't derive law just based on nothing. We have a basis. We've come together. We've logically looked at things, and then we've built law based on more than. So it's absolutely insane and asinine to say that that's not how. Yes, that's how we derive our morals and our moral framework.
Law, but it's a basic
So let me just finish. Let me just finish. Sorry, not to distract. So what we're talking about is we're talking about how unclaimed land, right? This was already claimed, okay? Now who was in 1919? Let's see.
It was claimed by the Muslim colonizers who stole the
I don't
land.
understand also this word claim. Like, what does it mean? Owned? Like, what do you mean claim? Like, you put a flag and it's yours? Because we just agreed that just coming and claiming something is not legitimate. How do
Why
you
do you
claim
guys
something?
call them the Muslim colonizers? I mean, the Ottoman Empire owned it, but most of those people were not fucking Turks. Like, this is silly. They were colonized people when the Israelis came in, or excuse me.
Well, how did they get there?
Jews from outside came in.
How did they get there in the first place?
They've been going into that area of the world for since the last 50
Well, how did they get there
fucking
from
years?
Saudi Arabia? Because Muslims started in
They
Saudi
didn't
Arabia.
come from Saudi Arabia.
Well, why the fuck aren't they still in Saudi Arabia?
No, because
Tell them to go back
there was
to
an
Arabia.
Arabization
Go
of the
back
people.
to Arabia.
They're not Arabs.
Let's
You're
make
acting
this
like they're
simple.
Even
identical
they
to
say
the
they're
people from the Saudi Peninsula. They're not.
Even they say they're
They're
Arab.
Arab
They're Arabized
They're
people.
Arab Muslims.
Yeah, it's different from being Arabized.
How did they get Arabized? By the Arab colonizers who Arabized.
Yes, they were colonized people. My point
All right,
exactly.
well, fuck the Arabs. They're the colonizer.
Okay, but not that. The Palestinians were the colonized.
Please, this man knows nothing about the topic. He has zero knowledge.
I happen to have Marshall McLuhan right here.
All Bima was trying to say was that there were Palestinians that lived there for centuries, paid taxes to the people that colonized them, including the British and the Ottomans, and they also had deeds to their property, and so that is the claim. Why is this so hard to understand, guys? Just
That
talk
was
to them
not
and
the
listen to them.
Because it ruins their narrative that they're decolonizing the Middle East.
For all you weak men that can't listen to a woman, she just hearted what I said.
No, a lot of the property. A lot of the property is what is called absentee, and a lot of it was.
She hearted you?
Wow!
She hearted
Shut
me,
up, everybody, for a
dumbass.
second. A lot of the property was owned by Arabs that were not living on the land. For example, some of those Turks, and they rented it. Now, the Jews, some of them bought this from the landowner at triple the price, and the people that were on
6
the
to
land were
8%.
not necessarily the landowners.
6
So
to
yes,
8%.
it's not bad.
Yeah, 90% was approximately 90% was a live estate.
Guys, that's not the point. Like, the point is we bought it at more like the high of the price, like at high
Market
price,
rate.
6 to 8%.
from the owner.
6 to 8%, and 55% was given
Also
to you.
false, Fadi. Also false. You know,
Cite your
the lie
sources.
to get
Cite your sources.
Hold on,
Cite your sources.
The lie, sure. I'm
One
happy to.
second. What
I'm gonna
6 to
go
8%?
after
What
you,
is this?
Daniel.
What do you mean
How
6
much
to
he
8%?
bought? It's just a bunch of bullshit. So,
Hold on.
listen, I want to address Pepe.
You're spewing a bunch of
One
bullshit.
second.
Hang on,
You're a
hang
bunch
on.
of bullshit.
Relax for a second.
You're a bunch of bullshit.
I will get
You're a bunch of bullshit. You're a bunch of bullshit. You're a bunch of bullshit. See what interruption does?
You don't.
You're a bunch.
Okay, so when you say 6 to 8%, you're talking about out of the total that was owned by individuals, or out of the entire land?
Jews purchased 6 to 8%.
No,
of the
this is not
entire
accurate.
land.
1 second, guys. No, it's normal.
It's
I'm
not
trying to ask a
normal.
question. 6 to 8% of what?
The entire land.
He has no idea.
Okay, so
Not normal. Shut up.
no, please. I don't like to shout, and I don't like to shout. No, please. No, please. If you want, I tell you, I cannot do this. It's truly like.
Well, how come I can't talk as well, Daniel? You go in there.
Because you're an idiot.
Not at the same. Not at the same time. I'm speaking.
You interrupt a lot.
So,
untrustworthy, Fadi.
Oh, he just left because he got triggered by Normo's interruptions.
I hope he goes far.
It's not really helpful. It makes me shout, and it's a the conversation.
I
If you want to
agree
have
with
a conversation,
Daniel.
it needs to have like two, because otherwise everyone jumps in and takes
Yes,
it to
we
a
need
different.
to choose our champions. The champions.
So this 6 to 8% that they keep on talking about, they're basically comparing how much land was bought out of the entire land, including, for example, the Negev desert, or like anything that was not populated. I want to know the 6 to 8%, how much is it if we compare it to the actual land that was owned by individuals? Because the other land was not Palestinian land.
Correct. You're saying it was state-owned. It was owned by the
This is
state.
what I wanted to ask him, 6 or 8% of what? And then he said from the entire land. And I wanted to, and how much the rest was, how much was only Palestinians? And this is where I was getting to.
Listen, you're a fucking giant, Daniel, okay? You're a giant, right? But, yes, and very few people can go against you. I just want to say one thing, okay? These people who come in here with the theories and John Locke and all that, I want a theory for you. I want to explain something to you. After World War II, Russia, USSR, which won the war, they redrew a map. They said this part used to be Poland, now it's Ukraine. And they said to the ethnic Polish people who lived in this area, you have a choice. You can stay here or you can leave, because this is not Poland anymore. If you speak Polish, if you're part of Polish culture, if you want to be the Catholic Church, you should leave, because this is now Ukrainian and Russian Orthodox and everything else is going to be part of the USSR. And they left. And it didn't matter how many centuries their family had worked the land or built houses or owned businesses. They left. And after the Israel Independence War, 850,000 Jews left the Middle East, the Arab world. So things happen, John Locke, these are nice theories, but things in the real world happen. People move. What's unprecedented is the way the Arabs have kept the Palestinian refugees in camps and limited their rights and restricted their everything around the world, around the Middle East, kept them from having certain jobs. And Israel cannot be blamed for this.
Yeah, look at what they did to them in Lebanon, Bobby. Look what they did to them in Jordan. Unbelievable that you would turn to Israel and blame us for the situation that you guys created. So, at the end of World War I, which the Ottoman Turks lost, the League of Nations was formed because all the empires were formed. The Spanish, the French, the Ottoman, the British, and the lands were returned to their indigenous people. That was true for the Arabs, who got 22 states and all of the oil, and it's true for the Jews. It's also true for the Central Asian states, which were then gobbled up by the Soviet Union. It's the same principle that was used to divide up South America when the Spanish Empire fell. It's the same principle that's used all over the world. The indigenous people were allowed to assert their self-determination. And that's the agreement that the Jews bought into. Never once did the Jews say, oh, the Arabs can't have their own nations. We want your land. No, Israel never said that. Israel said, thank you. And what did the Palestinians say? The Palestinians said, we are going to kill you. We're going to push you into the sea. Not just the Palestinians, so-called Palestinians, the Egyptians, the Saudis, the Jordanians, the Lebanese, right? So they attacked on May 15, 1948. And what happened? They lost and Israel won. And that's the situation we're in today. That the indigenous people were given a homeland. Some of them accepted it, and then we have a state today like Israel, and some of them did not accept it. And this is the problem that they find themselves in. They're determined not to have their own state. They're determined to kill the Jews. And we're sorry for not accommodating you. We're not going to let you do it. That's the whole story. That was directed as much at you, Pepe, as anybody else. So we don't have to say that we're virgins, Pepe, or that we're saints or anything like that. Our ties to the land are well known. They're universally acknowledged. And we have an independent state. And if our neighbors want to live peacefully, they can have one too, no problem. And if they don't want to live peacefully, then we're going to give them the war that they demand.
Randy, I know you keep saying like dismissing the theories, like the labor theories and such, as it not being important. It's not important if you want to appeal to law, but if you want to have the moral discussion, right, then that's absolutely necessary, right? That's my only
Let's have a moral discussion. Great. Let's have that moral discussion right now. What's your position?
On today's episode of
Okay, so there's different ways that people can morally and ethically, depending on which position you want to take, how people can acquire land.
Make your moral argument. We don't. We're just full of different things.
Well, there's Locke's natural rights theory. Okay, so that means
Don't
that
cite something that you're unfamiliar with. Make your point, please, without affirming to something that you don't know what you're talking about.
Okay,
We'll have one right there. Let's talk more.
so Locke says that when land, when you mix your labor with it, and nobody else's rights are violated, then that's your moral claim, right?
So everybody has a claim.
Do you disagree?
Does that mean, just so I understand, does that mean that the slaves who worked on the land in the South owned that land? Are you making a legal case that those slaves who worked in the South should get ownership of the
No,
land?
she was making a moral case. She was making a moral case. Forget the legal aspect.
Slaves-
It's just
Slaves,
rights theory.
thank you, Simon. Slaves in the South had every right to slaughter, to kill their slave masters. Forget land rights. We're talking about private
I
property.
disagree.
You have them. Okay, and that's why you would have been a slave. And
Wait.
unfortunately,
No,
that's
I
a
wouldn't
pretty
have been.
scary
No,
claim.
no,
Hold on.
you
If
said-
someone's enslaving you, that's crazy. I don't even know what to say to that. You're trolling.
Yeah.
Right?
Norm,
That's ridiculous.
are you saying it's like morally forget legally, because legally those slaves would have been, apprehended and caught if they killed the slave masters, but morally you should be on the side of slaves who are
We're now down some
Yeah.
ridiculous rabbit hole of the United States, as usual. So I want to hear a moral claim about Israel, not some
I'd like
bullshit
to
about
hear-
the United States.
Wait, but,
Well,
but I mean,
I can't believe I just heard that. That's weird.
the moral
I have-
case for Israel, the moral case for Israel is that like there wasn't anything going on in the land. People came, people bought land, people developed the land.
Nobody says that. Nobody says that. Here's what they say, Simon.
No, those are Jews, but those are
No.
Jews that did that.
No, Israel is not saying that. Israel is saying
No,
there are.
this is property rights theory.
Why are you applying something that?
Because this is the moral case for why Jews own the land. This has nothing to do with like historical, like Jews have been here for 2,000 years. Like this is a moral case for why Jews live there and have developed the land and then have.
And she's trying to make the same argument as to why the Palestinians own the land.
I'm trying to have the conversation, Lermo. If you were ever patient to be
Yeah.
able to have it, you should take
Well,
notes
no,
from Simon.
Even if we take this route, we're going to end up with a moral case for Israel to defend their land. So I don't know why you are all scared about arguing this
I'm
way.
not afraid.
Because
It's
either
just
way,
all
whether
over
you
the
make
place.
the claim, the historical claim, or the biblical claim, or the moral case for private property, as Simon is saying, is like you're still going to end with Israel having the right to own that land. So there's no reason why you wouldn't need to entertain this.
We do own the land. That ship has sailed. It's ridiculous to even debate the existence of Israel. It's just dumb.
No one is debating the existence of Israel. I think that what she was trying to make the claim is like, okay, by comparing it to the slaves, it's like, okay, well, but even when people were being oppressed, and I think that's where she was wanted to go. I don't know, but I'm just making a wild guess, Bima. Correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe she was trying to make the comparison between slaves and Palestinians, saying, okay, if they are being oppressed, if they want to have access to the land, they need to fight for it and they need to defend it. Now, whether they can defend it or not, that is another question. Because Israel has defended their land. Israel has got the moral right to that land.
Wait, just for clarification, are you saying
It's on the phone, I think.
No, I
okay? Because I saw the phone as well. So are you saying are you equating the occupation to like slaves?
No, I never said that. Someone else asked the question about slaves. That was never my point. I was building off of what Pepe was saying, and what we're talking about is just the moral claim to land and the rightful ownership. It was we were bringing up the fact that it's not a good argument to make some moral claim to land because of your heritage. I think
I want to say it again because I guess it was missed. But the first, hold on. I want to say it again because I guess it was missed the first part that I said. The claim of this being our ancestral homeland is something that we can tell ourselves. It's not something we can use to like others, okay? And I'm saying it again and again and again. It's something that we can believe, we can strive for, we can advocate for. This is Zionism, go back to the land. But we cannot just come and say, hello,
We have a claim.
I'm a Jew, this was my home, please leave, because it's our ancestral homeland. And so there's a difference between having a claim for yourself, which is legitimate, we believe that this is all they believe. You know, all our history, all our religion, all our holidays, everything is to do with that place. But this is something we can say to ourselves only, not to others. That's it. So it's completely moral, but we're not using it on others. That's it. Very important to understand the distinction.
It's not the
My
argument Israel
bromance
is
with
making
Daniel
or
continues.
Sorry,
That is such an honest and wise and smart thing to say. Daniel, I high five you, man.
Wait, but I honestly, I don't really hear any like real arguments being made to say like, oh yeah, like my great grandfather lived here, therefore this is mine. Like nobody really makes that argument, or not.
Well, some people make that argument, but whether that argument is what they are actually trying to, I mean, like whether that is the actual claim or the right way of defending it, like in the international arena, that's another question. As Daniel is saying, is like, yeah, they can make that claim for themselves, but that is very weak if you try to present it as evidence, you know.
Yeah,
That's basically where I was getting at, because like I can't go to France or Canada and say, hey, my grandparents are from here, you assholes. They're gonna laugh at me, they're telling me to fuck off. And so like if I say, oh, as a Catholic or as a Christian, I somehow I deserve to be here or there. Well, I would say I wouldn't honor a Christian argument, just like I won't honor a Jewish or a
But this is where
Muslim justification.
But did you listen to me for the fourth time that I?
Yes, you said that you only say it for yourselves, but unfortunately,
No. But this is where your thing is falling apart.
what happens is that we are always told this, like we are decolonizing, we're doing this and that.
Because the Constitution of the State of Israel has nothing to do about like, oh, here is where my grandparents were. No. That had other connotations, other background, other context, in which the Israel were given these lands.
You're not talking about what we were talking about.
Okay, then maybe
We're talking about the formation of the original settlement.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm
People
talking
back in
about.
Israel before it was
It
a
was
state.
given to them. It was given to them, and they bought the land in many cases.
Yeah, I mean, let's not whitewash, but there was land taken. But I mean,
I'm sure that not 100% of the land was legally or whatever acquired. I'm sure that there must have been like a few occasions in which that was not the case, you know.
But not based on this claim, basically. Not based on like it's ours, so we'll just conquer it. That is not what happened.
No, that's baseless. Yeah, that's baseless. Like, but the reality is that, yeah, I mean, like, for anybody to claim, oh, this was just like Palestine, and you know, look at the like, you know, like the map with like the four different like, oh, this was like little Israel versus all of Palestine, and then now it's completely reversed. Those maps, that's just being dishonest if anybody says that. Because like, the reality is that it wasn't a nation, and like not all of the land was occupied. Jews who did come there, purchase land, you know, cultivated land.
Yeah, it's like what Sheikh said before.
Modern property rights theory. So.
It's like what Sheikh said before, that the Jews bought only 6 to 8% of the land, and then I asked Sheikh, out of what? And he said the entire land. Basically, is including land that was not occupied by others, also not by Arabs, not owned by Arabs. Like I think about a third or more than this land is desert. So I would like to ask if you have the information, Sheikh.
6 to 8%.
I would like to understand. I would just like to understand if you have 6 to 8% compared to the total owned property.
No, it's 6 to 8% of what is today Israel.
Yeah, but we learn nothing out of this number. It's just like bullshit
What
statistics.
do you mean? No. Whoa. What do you mean bullshit?
No, just like if
Because
you
you
can
cannot
be
buy
more
the desert.
specific about like what constitutes that land. What are we talking about? Desert? Are we talking about
I said-
populated?
I said the land that constitutes Israel today. But
Yeah.
this is very simple, right? It's really, really simple. The UN resolution suggested that the Arabs give up
55% of the land. Okay?
No, that's not true.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
That's not true. Listen,
what it is
if I look, because if I look at the map, and Jordan is way more than 50%, and then on top of Jordan, you are at least 70%.
I know the math on this.
If I give you the citation, the UN resolution, would you agree to be wrong?
No, I would say it's manipulation of numbers because I can see the map and I could listen. Let's open the map, okay? And tell me if you think that Israel is the size of Jordan.
I will resume this debate another day. I got to go watch my son play basketball. But thanks for the conversation.
Well, speak to you. Come back.
Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, founded in 1946 before the partition plan, was 78%. That left over 22% west of the Jordan. The partition plan gave 55% of the 22%, or if you multiply 0.55 times 0.22, you get 12.5% of the land of the total, or you get 55% of the land west of the Jordan.
So this was it was manipulation of the numbers because it's 12% is not like 55%.
12.5% of the total, including the entire British mandate from the beginning. But we know, of course, Jordan was created and took away 0.78 of that.
Which is a plan also. And what's the difference between Jordanians and Palestinians exactly? There is no difference.
I want to hear your math again, if I could, Yaakov.
Sure. 1 equals the entire mandate when Britain got it.
Okay,
right?
you define those borders.
The British mandate, Jordan and Israel.
The entire mandate.
What about Syria? No,
that was the French mandate.
Okay, good. All right, I got
Just the British mandate.
Okay.
Including the portion, excluding the portion that was transferred from Britain to France, which was the Golan Heights. So you have essentially what is modern day Israel, Judea and Samaria, and the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. Okay? That's one.
Yeah.
In 1946, the British unilaterally created the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, as they were allowed to under the mandate
system.
That was approximately 0.78. Okay, so 1 minus 0.78 gives you 0.22 for the land west of the Jordan. Okay, so now in comes the UN, says we need to divide that up, and approximately 0.55% was given to the Jewish state, and 0.45% was given to, quote, the Arab state. Yes, but they called it the Arab state in the partition plan.
I want to point out that the reason why the Hashemites got Jordan was because the House of Saud wasn't getting along with them. Their cousins, they were all living in Saudi Arabia, and in order to make them happy, in order to keep peace in the kingdom, so to speak, they moved the Hashemites from the Arabian Peninsula over to Jordan, gave them that whole area. They had no other claim to it. The Hashemites had no other claim to Jordan.
No, I mean they had their claim was to the area, the Hejaz area, and Mecca and Medina, and that sort of the western portion of the Arabian Peninsula along the Red Sea. So when they gave that to the Sauds for helping out in World War I to placate the Hashemites, they said, okay, you get this area. We're going to call it the Hashemite Kingdom. And they still, to this day, they still have not, like every so often, there's this enormous flagpole in Aqaba, which is right next to Eilat. It's like a 200-foot flagpole, something like that. And a couple of years ago, they flew the Hashemite Kingdom flag on that flagpole, which is sort of like political theorists are trying to figure out why they do that every so often, why the king does it. It's very rare that he does it. Once every 5 to 10 years. It's kind of, they think, his way of signaling, I still claim Mecca and Medina. Because he claims a direct ancestral tie to Muhammad.
Yeah, the Hashemites do claim that. Although if you talk to Jordanians, they'll say, everybody says they're related.
Yeah, literally everybody does.
Yeah. Yeah. Because there's a Jordanian restaurant in New York that I go to called Grover's Tent. And I went in there and said, oh, you guys are directly related to Muhammad. He said, yeah, everybody's related to Muhammad.
He got around it.
And by the way, some of the Jordanians have red hair. They're pale skinned with red hair and red beards.
I wonder where that came from.
Well, a friend of mine who's an Arab said from the Crusaders.
I think from the Jews.
I thought it was storied that Muhammad had a red beard, and that's even why the like the Pashtun people
They dye their beards red.
Yeah, they dye it.
I've seen that. I've seen a lot of it.
One of the three groups of people that have red hair are the Jews. The other is the Irish. I can't remember who the third is, but it's not the Arabs.
Did you hear me say last night that I slept with two women who have red hair?
Yeah.
Both of them named Andrea, both of them in the same year. And then never.
Same building?
No, different colleges.
Oh, different colleges.
When I transferred. And one of them has scoliosis. And they were both named Andrea. Should we try to figure out what the likelihood of that?
It's astronomical, as I said yesterday.
Well, maybe we can get a number. It'd be interesting. By the way, I think
you'd have to give me the schools and the population. So it's
why is that relevant?
the odds of you sleeping with a female student.
I mean, I could have slept with somebody who wasn't a student.
Yeah, but you kind of implied that she was a student. So.
When is the last day of the mayoral election? I said it starts today.
I mean, what's the day of the election?
The 4th.
Because it starts today, right?
Yeah.
Early voting, yeah. Mail-in voting starts.
So when does it happen? So it ends on the election day? When is that?
The 4th, I think, of November. It's a Tuesday usually.
Okay. All right. Good luck.
Yeah, city, it's gonna win.
Trump gave another deadline to Hamas of 48 hours to release the dead hostages.
Oh my gosh, it's another one of those.
How much is 48 plus 72?
Yeah, I was literally just about to say that. Like, what the fuck is going on? Like, this is what I mean by, like, capitulating to terrorists is fucking wild.
And the threat is, if not, then other countries that are involved in the peace process will intervene.
Daniel, did you see that story a couple days ago where an ATV from a kibbutz right on the border was stolen and found inside of Gaza?
No.
Someone snuck out, broke into a house, stole the keys, and drove it into Gaza, and they found it on social media. ATV, all-terrain vehicle, 4 wheels, you ride it on the dunes.
I heard it was Buttercup.
Let me see if I can find this. I was amazed that someone could sneak, after October 7th, that someone could still sneak through the fence. I want to find out if this is what Israeli media is saying about it. Yeah, here we go. Put it in the chat. all about it.
So let's say each college had 3,000 students, which is about right.
Well, 51% of them would be women.
Okay. So we now have 3,000 population.
Yeah, but are your proclivities towards people the same age? Like, we can get rid of some years, right? You would not be dating, like, if you were seen, like, what
Both
year?
were in my
college?
year.
Okay,
Both
but
were in
what
my
year? Okay, but were you what year were you? Freshman. Okay, so that would get rid of, I would say, the seniors, the juniors, and now with seniors and juniors, it would leave the freshmen and the sophomores, right?
Now we've gone down to 1,500.
Okay. 1,500 women or 1,500 students?
Oh,
because I'm not assuming you're gay.
700. I'm not. 750 women. So the likelihood of out of those 750 that
it's not uniform because there's something like they have to sort of have the same outlook. Like it's probably not like evenly distributed. Oh, really? You didn't have conversations with her? You didn't try to find someone? You were just trying to screw your way through college? You didn't care about like political outlook?
The criteria was if they liked me, then.
You're much more discerning now. Okay, so what did we say? There was how many students?
Well, okay, so we said 3,000 in each college. So that half of them are women, 1,500.
1,500 now. Divide that by 4 and then multiply by 2. Gives you the total population set.
Or divide it by 2. So 750.
Yeah, same thing. Yeah. 700. So 1 over 750 times 1 over 750. Well, actually, no. What percent of women have red hair?
That's a question we have to look up.
Right. So you have to take that 750 and say what percent. Here, let me look that up. Because that will reduce it substantially. You see how this works, right?
Yeah, well, we're trying to define the population. By the way, I think tonight is trick-or-treat night. Because it's a Saturday night. Because I'm seeing people trick-or-treating. You just got modded.
Okay. 1 to 2%. So let's call it 2%.
Okay.
Okay.
1.5. But maybe 2 is easier.
Okay, yeah, but it's easier in math to do 1% then multiply by 2.
750, right?
1% is 750 multiplied by 2.
So that's 7.5.
So you got 15, right? Yeah. So 1 divided by 15 times 1 divided by 15.
Is 1 divided by 30.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Am I wrong about that?
So just checking. It's been a long day.
Or is it a 15th of a 15th?
No, it's a 15th times a 15th. What is a 15th? 15th is 0.06.
Well, you could do 15 times 15 to get the fraction.
0.003. So 3 thousandths. 3 thousandths.
So I had the likelihood.
You had 3. Wait, see, tenths, hundreds, thousand. 3 10,000ths. No, sorry, 3 tenths, hundreds, thousandths. Yeah, 3 thousandths. That's pretty slim.
What, 3 in 1,000 likelihood of that happening?
Yeah. Exactly.
3 in 1,000. Huh. I would say they were both very pretty. I think everybody's good looking at that age. Almost everybody.
I like we figured that out. I liked we figured that out.
Oh, good. Dan in the audience says that Samaritans are known for red hair.
I mean, I used Jewish people, but what's the? I know it's Scottish, Jewish, and who else? Dan?
Well, you mentioned Samaritan.
Yeah.
Do you know
Scotland and Ireland.
Do you know who else has red hair? I mean, it's a product of mixed races. So, for example, a lot of Bosnian Muslims have red hair. Interestingly.
Yeah, because they were a lot of Muslims came up north and
I believe
had their way.
Slavs mixed with Turks. That's what I think they are.
I thought the Levant had light hair and light eyes going back thousands of years ago.
Well, I consider them olive skinned in general. I was mentioning that the Crusaders. Huh?
I mean, the mutations were, it's my understanding, for light eye color and hair color were throughout your southern and western Asia.
Okay, so here I looked it up.
Even prominent in Europe.
So it's apparently a gene mutation called the MC1R gene, melanocortin-1 receptor. 13% of redheads come from Scotland, 10% come from Ireland, 4 to 6% come from Wales and England, 2 to 6% come from Scandinavia, specifically Norway, Denmark, and Sweden, not Finland. 1 to 3% from Western Europe, less than 1% from Eastern and Southern Europe, trace amounts less than 0.5%, Middle East, i.e. the Levant and Iran. Central Asia is rare, less than 0.5%. So, yeah, not from Asia.
No, I was saying historically.
No, I'm saying this is historical.
Yeah, so
they tested ancient mummies from the Tarim Basin.
I thought so. They find carbon dated remains, and in Asia and in the Levant, they have light eyes. Like it was not a rare thing to have back then.
I thought you were saying redhead people come from Central Asia.
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm saying I think that a lot of these traits, just light hair and light eyes in general, I think it was even more common in outside of Europe at one point.
I don't know. It's not my area. Daniel, did you see the report I put in the chat? Yo, Daniel.
Oh, what happened?
Someone snuck into Israel and stole this ATV. And then,
When? Now?
2 days ago. And then it was found on video footage. It was very distinct. A soldier had it. It had very distinct markings. Yeah, they brought it back into Gaza. No, they stole it from Israel. And they brought it into Gaza. Yeah, it was a story 2 days ago. I was wondering if you read about this, if it made the news in Israel.
Where is it from?
This is from the Jerusalem Post, but I saw it in Arad Sheva.
is definitely what you get with this burger. He doesn't use any condiments on his onion burger, which is definitely a change for me. So let's see.
But I am just so surprised that someone could sneak through the fence 2 years after October 7th.
No, it
was the day before Yom Kippur. Sorry, it was the day before Yom Kippur, October 1st.
No, he was stolen on 7th of... Hold on.
No. This is October this year.
Ah, okay. Hold on. Let me see what this is.
Mashav Claim. I don't even know that one.
That is why I also don't know if I wanna Google it. Why is my computer so slow with this other phone?
Okay, I found it.
I guess it's on the TF, but just I'm trying to see.
Yeah, that's pretty far from. Wait, hold on. You found it on the map? I can't.
Yeah.
How far from the border?
Where is the measuring tool? Not so far.
How did they break through the border like 2 years after all this shit? My poll puts it near Kitover, which is really far from Gaza.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that the thieves came from Gaza. You know, it could have been stolen by gangs in Israel and sold to Gaza. The question is, how did it?
But he said he came back from shul. Do you think the story's fake in that regard?
No, why?
Well, I meant just that it was someone didn't break in and go into Israel and steal it. That it was stolen in Israel and sold to them.
No, I'm saying that the thieves, maybe they didn't come in from Gaza, but the thieves were living in Israel, and it was sold to Gaza. There are a lot of times that there are cars that are ending up in Gaza that are stolen, and then they cannot take them apart in Gaza.
There was another article that said that the keys were stolen. Hold on. Where is it? It says, on Yom Kippur, he returned from synagogue and discovered that the ATV had been stolen.
Yeah, it wasn't stolen by Gazans. It was, they could track it.
Yeah, but how does someone even get through the fence from it's an army guy? Like, it went through a checkpoint?
No, I don't think, hold on, let me see. But I see that they kind of tracked him and they saw him in Israel, and then they saw that it's close to, hold on, let me read it. Yeah, he was smuggled into Gaza. How did they smuggle it?
Yeah, that's the question. Like, how do you get... Okay, that's a lot better than someone left Gaza and came into Israel and stole it, but how does someone get it into Gaza? Paid off some army guy?
And probably there are also like maybe there are still holes in the
That really is very scary.
Yes. I don't see a reaction from. I see the reaction from the police, but not from.
It says it turns out there are still gaps in the fences. During the ceasefire, Hamas is collecting powerful vehicles and tools.
Well, this is like the statement of the sister.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's true or not. It's just reading it.
Yeah, exactly. It's like going into Gaza is different than coming in from Gaza.
Yeah, but still, you would think it would be pretty like.
Yeah, I don't know how they do this money all the time.
Yeah, like I can understand a tank driving into Gaza. That makes sense, but an ATV. You see what it means? You know what an ATV is? I don't know what you call it.
Yeah.
What do you call it?
Tractoron.
Tractor?
Like a tractor, but...
Yeah, I was going to say, it sounds like tractor, but it's not a tractor.
No, but we call it tractoron. It's like something that 16-year-olds can drive, or 14-year-olds, I don't know what is the minimum age.
What's the word tractor?
Tractor.
Tractor, okay.
Very easy. So you almost must learn Hebrew now. Tractor.
Yeah, I'm trying. A lot of the modern devices are just take the English word and, you know.
Well, not computer, but yes, the rest.
What's computer?
מחשב.
Mashev?
מחשב. From calculation, from חשבון.
Yeah, to make calculations, yeah.
The owners of Paddington Bear
Well, where did everybody go?
puppet used on spitting to
ran them
them
out.
or destroyed. Paddington and
Kill the
Company,
room.
along with Stephen Canal,
That's cool. Languages.
The owners of Paddington.
I gotta dinner. I have to eat dinner.
Go eat dinner.
Without hesitation.
Yeah, please do. Okay, take care.
Ciao, buddy.
If you think your child may have autism, it's important to act quickly. At Action Behavior Centers, we want to reduce barriers.
What is between us? This misunderstanding is over.
Is it? Your misunderstanding is not with me.
My torment has lifted. Darkness has passed.
Your torment is of your own making, soul. You are not abandoned by the Most High, but you abandon him and his word in pursuit of your own glory. Why would you believe he has granted you mercy?
I won this battle without you. God favored me. He always has. He does still. And now I have a new champion. Slayer of giants. Why chose? What without you, Sarah? يا حبوبي I love you بقول لك I love you أنا بحبك يا بنت اسمك سميرة حلوة أوي أمورة
We all know Chicago is a great city, but now the world believes it too.
For an unprecedented 8 years straight
So how many people work at the Rivian manufacturing plant here in West Normal? Well, we don't know, honestly. Rivian used to tell us it was about 8,000 people. That was enough to make it McLean County's second largest employer. But now the electric automaker is no longer willing to say how many people work at their plants in West Normal. Government data suggests it could be as many as 1,000 people fewer than
always and ever.
chance of winning, and it's going to take hard.
Could be as many as 1,000.
Into property taxes is because a neighborhood which has
you
But
acting. But
I'm always on the right side. I still got a lot of.
I know.
What TV shows would we have seen you on?
Trans video, I get it. I'll put a link in the chat of movies and TVs that I've been on. Hold on. That sounds cool.
I'd like to see that.
I do too, surprisingly.
This is gonna be fun.
Yeah, put it in the chat. I put a link in the chat. Go check it out. Stupid ass. Stupid ass.
I don't know about you, I can't make that link work.
Oh. Is there a link in the chat? Let's see. I don't see a link in the chat. I see a link in the chat. Oh, I see what's going on.
I see a paperclip.
You're slow. You're a little slow. Stupid ass. Stupid ass.
I was really looking. Stupid.
Yeah, don't care that much, honestly.
Alright, I've lost my curiosity.
Yeah.
Yes, for link in the chat.
Now, can you make sure the link shows your work before you got it snipped and after? Because if I want to do the research, I want to see if it affected your ability.
Pause.
This is like fucking Danny comes in here to be abused.
It's interesting. Is that more common than I know?
Why?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Why are you so abusive? It's like second nature. Why are you so ready to be abusive? It's second nature to you.
You probably.
I hate women, especially women that were born as men.
Fucking facts. Huh.
You must be a bunch of Nazis. Buster, they're
Absolutely.
Your only saving grace is you're not a blind.
stop being Nazis.
If you were a fucking blind person, I would have kicked you already.
We've had our share of blind.
Acting like Nazis.
Ooh.
Are there lesbian
The
Nazis?
tranny's gonna come try to trigger the Jews by calling them Nazis. Ooh.
You said abusive. Nazis.
How edgy and progressive.
So progressive. You must have voted for Kamala.
Stop being abusive. Nazis. Nazis
Not
are
Kamala
abusive.
Harris.
Hey, dickhead, or dick between your legs. You can leave.
Abusive Nazis.
I prefer to be called a Yahtzee because sometimes people win when they're with me.
And they love riding him.
Oh, I don't know how that's related to my metaphor.
Because you're a little yacht.
Oh, I was thinking Yahtzee, like the dice game,
Yes.
but sure.
Babe?
People ride me, baby, ride me.
Ride me like a yacht.
I'm looking at a yacht right now. People are riding it. It's white, unlike point.
Yeah.
So they're riding bovines?
Pick a
La
fucking
la
struggle.
la 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 la. Points World. La 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 la. Points World.
Mute the music. I will tower.
I wish I could make a song with Points World using Elmo's voice, talking about how frustrating it must be to go from room to room just to seek abuse from gender normative people. Is it because you're jealous?
You have to unmute to talk, point taken.
Use your dick. It's probably hard right now with the way we're talking to you. Anyways, we don't have to center the trade.
Dude, they fucking love coming in here, though.
We too, and I actually like the other one. I think we only have two. Is there a third one?
That one that came in earlier that got booted that was fucking playing music for a lad. That's
Yeah, I actually like her. I don't know. Sometimes she trolls. She's a nice enough person, but she's not being disruptive.
Who's the other one? grab a third.
I mean, it would not surprise me if, we found out like Philip was a tranny or something.
Dude, I've been doing a lot of thinking about Frederick actually being a neo-Nazi, and I think he probably is.
Oh, he could be.
Yeah.
Who knows? Speaking of neo-Nazis, welcome to my stage from Germany, Daniel. Daniel's World. La 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 la. La 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 la. Daniel's World.
Jeff, I think he figured out what you need to do tonight. You need to go to karaoke.
I haven't been able to find a decent karaoke spot here. But it is a good idea. Maybe I will go check out a spot before I go to my normal place. I think I'll do that. I'll have a drink there, go to my place a little later. And actually, food there is decent. I may do that.
Candidate Congressman John Kitover running in the Senate. Down.
You've made it through things you thought would break you. You've stood alone in rooms where no one noticed your pain. You've smiled with a heavy heart, just to make others comfortable.
And then I masturbated. This woman's 50. Others comfortable. See how that's possible.
Open the damn window, coward! You cut me off!
Driving, babe, don't roll it down.
I'm not. You hear me? You think you can just sit there? I'll bust this thing.
Sir, you're being recorded. Step away from
I don't care if you're recording.
Just keep it.
Of course she's a vegan. Just my luck.
She's a vegan.
Almost were. la la la, la 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 la. Hanan's here. I definitely smell a barbecue going.
Is it a vegan barbecue?
No, definitely not. I smell meat. And this is a voice app, so I doubt it's Point Taken's meat I smell. You all got very quiet. What the hell?
The drugs kicked in.
Sounds like it.
Doing yoga.
So, what, second time today?
Yep. Good morning, and now I'm doing it again. Well, that's too early.
Crucial it is to have intelligence, the best possible intelligence.
Always. and ever, Scott Jones.
And I'm Bill Bohr, and this is continuing the trend, which Providence seems to have led.
This stunning, futuristic yet abandoned home looks like something out of a sci-fi movie with its bold. I have a gold bracelet that I got.
Were you a
This room got weird all of a sudden.
Can you tell when it's not normally weird? I mean, isn't it always a little weird?
Ethically able to accept those. So that's gonna be fucking damn near impossible. So, and there's also a dollar amount, right? So they're gonna have like what, 1 million micro donors.
Yeah, it's kind of it veers into conspiracy theory territory at that point.
What's that?
You're talking about like 1 million micro donors. It turns into conspiracy theory territory at that point.
What do you mean by that?
Meaning that if you got a bunch of people donating money, it's like a conspiracy because
Nature
what
does
they gonna
not
get
hurry.
for it?
Get it?
Well, you can't have one or two large donors. Because the dollar.
Yeah, but once you start talking about millions, when you start talking about millions of people, why isn't
Recently,
your neighbor
pictures of
donating?
Triple H and
Why
Stephanie
isn't like
McMahon on vacation started trending, and some fans were quick to say Triple H is out of shape. But let's pause for a second. This is the same man who gave his body, his youth, and his entire life to WWE. Today, what we see is not out of shape. What we see is a man who finally gets to live as himself, not the character, not the body perspective. Paul Levesque.
I don't know terms.
Got enough germs on Clubhouse.
Celebrities who were forever forgotten after their illnesses. Number one, Lark Voorhees. Lisa Turtle from Saved by the Bell was iconic in the 90s, but after publicly struggling with mental illness, Hollywood distanced itself. She's still around, still talented, but rarely given a second chance. Number two,
by not saying at first the Democrats came up with the bill and the Republicans countered it. You try to make it seem like they came up first. But Amore, you're not that good with the shit, bro.
Well, I could tell you what I said, but thank you. I know I have a body double somewhere. Thank you, Haitian. But with that being said, First Lady, right? With that being said, what I said is that they had a chance, because we were talking about the subject was military pay. They had a chance to pay military, not selective military, the military, this week. And they didn't. That's just the bottom line to it. I don't care what the homegirl says. Even though I love this girl, I love this Holly Berry military girl.
You're not telling.
Listen, Holly.
That's not my name. My name is not Holly.
I mean, you got the Holly Berry cut, so you got the little Holly Berry going on.
That's not my name, and that's not my name. Thank you very much.
Rezzy Belly,
No, my name is Rez. Thank you very much.
Okay, Rez.
I'm gonna call you Amari, and you're gonna call me Rez.
I call you Rez, you call me Amari.
Thank you, and that's what I call you.
Just don't call me Tyrone or late for dinner.
I won't do either one. Here we go.
Fair enough.
But that's
call him Bob. Call him Bob.
Give me the Bob cut.
Good evening, y'all. I know I'm Marvin. I'm trying to bring that point out since the other day.
This might be Chicago's most unique gift shop tucked inside an old 1930s pharmacy. It's located right on busy Ashland Avenue. I've passed this place so many times. When I finally went in, I was kind of mad at myself for not going in sooner.
On TV.
This place is...
Okay, so here's the thing. Hold on.
Political.
Because I'm gonna. So, who's the question? The question is who's reporting on this when they kicked out all the news outlets, all the media people because they did not agree to sign that bit, sign whatever notice that they gave to them stating that they only can report on what they want to report. So basically, anything that's coming out of the Pentagon, anything that's coming out of Congress or whatever, it's basically what they want to come out, how they want it to come out. Well, why are you looking as if, oh, so you're not following that part either? Okay, you got that word.
What is going on?
It's true because it's propaganda news is all we get now. Hello? Thank you, Catherine.
No, it's not Catherine, it's a man or a man.
Call her by her name. Don't miss.
Sorry, man.
No, you're fine. My name is not even under my thing. So
thank you, man.
Yeah, but look, at the end of the day, we gotta figure this out. I think the Democrats and Republicans, they can open the government and then have a good faith conversation.
No, but really call it what it is. The Republicans can open the government. The Democrats can't open the government when they don't have majority.
Oh, Fetterman said it this morning that he thinks they should just break the filibuster. And
Fetterman's a piece of shit.
He's also very popular. But he's very popular. He's very popular in Pennsylvania.
To the inauguration in shorts and a sweatshirt.
Yeah, but he's very popular as a Democrat in a purple state. So you should actually look how he.
We don't like him. We good.
He flipped the Republican seat. Like that's.
We don't care.
He's not a Democrat.
He's not a Democrat.
He's like a Joe Manchin. He's common sense.
There's no common sense in this. Oh my God! Like what's going on?
What he is.
Can I live? All right, so what's next? I'm sorry, Haitian. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. These people got me going crazy. Please continue, sir.
Nah, Maury, you really lost with this shit, bro. That's all I'm gonna say.
I'll be lost to the sauce, but Fetterman is a good senator from the state of Pennsylvania.
He can't even fucking come to work properly dressed.
He doesn't have to.
Black ass like that, yo.
He looked like a dirtbag.
He doesn't have
That is discrimination.
That's discrimination. When Zelensky comes in his daggone uniform and you all talk about him not coming dressed up. But that's discrimination. Amazing. You see how the pot calling the kettle black? I don't understand.
I think that's wrong. I think Zelensky could show up whatever he wants. I'm thinking like, what does it matter? It's about what you're coming. It's about the content of your character.
But that's what y'all president said. He should have came to the White House in a suit in the middle of a war.
Look,
because y'all
president's an individual, Rez.
Right, but y'all president said he should have came to his White House in a suit in the middle of.
You know what I think it is? You guys think everything he says we're supposed to understand the problem.
I don't think that you should do that. What I'm saying is when you say that, but I didn't hear you say that was discrimination when that side was saying it. It's fine. Because at the end of the day, that's what I'm saying. I didn't hear. I didn't say that you didn't say that. I'm saying that I did not hear any pushback.
That's why you hear.
No. Because I probably wasn't in space. But when that report, I hate that reporter. That guy, he's an idiot. I don't even know his name, but he's like, he has this big tomato face. He's always asking the weirdest ass questions in these White House like kind of pop-up conference, and he's an idiot. He's an idiot. And so you heard it here, Haitian. He's an idiot. And I think Zelensky can wear what he wants. You heard it here. You guys hear it? In the bottom? People in the back? He can wear whatever he wants. I'll go on mute now.
I need $50. Come on now. What's going on? Every time.
Now he's trying to mimic me. Now he's trying to be funny, First Lady. That's all that's about.
I want to be just like you.
We good. Be better than me. I'm just.
Hey, Maury, Red is black though.
Yeah, but she a light bright. That don't count.
Hey, not too much on my light brightness because I'm still black all day long. I'm gonna die black.
I don't know if y'all can handle that, you know what I mean? You and Trent?
They ain't about that life.
They
ain't about that life, bro.
Ain't about that.
They ain't about that life, bro.
Rez is the original, school days. She could talk about it. You know what I'm saying? She Gina from School Days.
Hey, Maury know School Days?
I'm black.
You right. You the one, you be hiding from your family, so right,
I don't gotta hide.
There I go again. There y'all go again.
I ain't got to hide from my family. What we talking about?
Because your family thinks like you. There's no diversity of thought.
Bro,
when everybody votes when they vote one way.
I'm a grown man. You're an adult. There's no reason for me to lie to my family about my fucking beliefs. That's crazy.
Bro, you see how y'all act Clubhouse to strangers? Y'all would look. I don't know if he's still in the room, but
What'd you just say?
Talking about the hidden part?
Are you talking about how you act with strangers on Clubhouse? You're about to criticize other people? Okay, I just want to make sure what the setup is.
Y'all want to kill people.
My mother is no longer on this earth, and my mother liked Reagan, and we did not agree about that. So what are you talking about?
But Rez, you know how people get violent all the time.
Amari, tell us the appropriate way to act towards strangers on Clubhouse.
Okay, man. Why don't you just go on mute after what? I thought TC buried you earlier. How are you digging out that grave? Who gave you a damn trouble?
Tell us what appropriate looks like.
Man,
come on.
TC,
hated man, Amari. You gonna be fucking roasting you for the next, I don't know, till you pay.
Bro, I have no shame. If y'all don't know anything about me yet, you're gonna understand me. I do not care.
We know you don't care. You be selling dick pics.
I have no shame. I have zero
We
shame.
know that. You be selling dick pics, so we know that. We know that.
Tootsie Roll pictures crazy.
Tootsie Roll pictures of Maury, we kind of know it.
Oh yeah, I mean.
Tootsie Roll. Tootsie Roll.
To the left. To the left. To the left.
Yeah, I would like this space to be non-REP conversation if that's possible. And a picture of my
You
penis.
just said you don't give a F. So why do you have to
I don't even know why Aaron keeps saying that.
You want us to talk about your manhood.
I wasn't naked in the picture.
That's boyhood. That
I didn't let him cut it.
Stand on your business and your Tootsie Roll.
Oh, shit. You wasn't naked?
No, I mean, I could actually post a picture of what it looked like if y'all want to see.
Oh, you're going to get that SF one there.
It's even worse. You did a silhouette of a dick.
No.
Okay, so you in complete denial about this. You saying that you didn't send no Richard pictures.
Not to that person.
Yes.
You think there's multiple people?
Damn, who you sending out these pictures to? You get paid. You got all these fans on
Picture in the Discord? That's all right.
Aaron got the.
You got OnlyFans on Clubhouse? What's going on?
Aaron just got the story mixed up. But yeah, I mean, there's a couple pictures out there, but not the one that's.
Damn, a couple pictures. You were married.
Remember the guy that was just telling us how to act.
Lord, that's how the conservatives get down.
I'm not a conservative. I'm a progressive.
You got a
And I'm a Trump supporter.
I thought you said you wasn't a Trump supporter.
No, I'm not MAGA. I'm a Trump supporter, and Trump made it okay for you to not to be a cookie cutter no more. So it's like when Jesus died, how he died for our sins. When Trump got elected, he got rid of the cookie cutter in the grand old party. So you can be like, you can be yourself.
Right.
You can be yourself.
Right. Something ain't right.
Don't understand that. Don't understand. You can be a little freaky dick. Don't understand.
You know he's a swinger?
No, I know swinger. No. That's not that far. No one's that now. You don't do that.
To me. Now, won't you please?
I don't think you guys see that's what I'm saying. You guys don't understand the Trump supporters. Like we're not cookie cutters no more. We're Democrats.
They're all brain dead.
They wear all those red hats at the same time so they could be unique together.
We're progressive.
That's what it is.
We're progressive that don't like Democrat policies.
No, you can't put progressive and Trump in the same conversation, sir. You are crazy.
Y'all party, fought to keep Backpage alive. I mean, I don't really want to hear from y'all.
Fought to keep what?
Backpage. Remember when Nancy
But y'all
Pelosi brought
got,
this stuff?
Grinder all over the. Y'all got
Rob, this is a true story. Nancy Pelosi, when Trump wanted to shut down Backpage, she said that, and I'm paraphrasing that, it's going to hurt sex workers and shit like that. Like they're going to have to go in the back, like it's not going to be safe for them no more when he wanted to shut down Craigslist.
If you're progressive, hold on, bro. So Maury, how is that incorrect though?
I don't know. I don't really care.
But that's what I'm saying.
So why are you getting on me though?
But you just claim to be a leader because you brought it up.
Hold on, Rob.
I brought it up because y'all should be open to my discretions.
Maury. So again, you're talking shit about something, and then you say you don't care. So and then you say that she did it because of safety. So why shouldn't she do it over safety? Why wasn't safety a concern anyway?
I don't know. You're asking me a question. I don't have the answer for that question. I just brought up a point. Maybe it might have been a previous point, but I just brought up a point.
Yeah, so when you bring it up, that's going to add in other nuances to the conversation.
For sure, Rob.
I'll go back to, I just heard you say that did you not say you were a progressive?
Progressive conservative.
All right, wouldn't it be a progressive idea to let's keep sex workers safe?
Yeah,
because
100%.
That could be a public health crisis. That's a very progressive thing to think about.
I'm okay with that.
Like shutting down Backpage, it definitely
as long as it's adult. Look, adults can do what they want to do. I'm okay with adults doing it. Like I'm not that nigga. Look, when I was young, I used to watch HBO Real Sex. You can't tell me about shit. Like I was one of those when we had the squiggly lines and you see the little porn. Y'all remember that?
Yeah.
Like when the black box. I was one. So I'm not one of those Republicans. I don't care.
Well, most Republicans aren't one of those Republicans because they all freaky.
Yeah, part, Rob.
I don't know what they do, but I'm open about mine.
You know what they do.
All right, let's come out of the personal stuff.
Yeah, First Lady.
I don't know. Anyway, listen.
Thank you. Now y'all know.
If you have an OnlyFans, listen, I'm helping you promote. Go ahead and put your OnlyFans link in the chat. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would like to see any additional pics that he may have, go ahead and click the link.
There's no pics. There's no pics that I'm going to share.
I'm just teasing.
I know. I am a changed man, and I've been saved, and
you've been delivered.
I've been delivered.
Come on for deliberation.
I'm no longer blessing y'all inch by inch anymore. Okay.
Okay. Oh, wait a minute, huh? So you got your stuff cut? What's going on? Okay.
So Amari's been delivered, but the rest of MAGA is a little deliverance, right? That's how this is working. That's the MAGA side, the beaver side.
Okay. So hold up. What's going on with the crypto guy, Omari? Now, how do you feel about that? Do you think that it was okay for him to, pardon this guy?
The Asian dude, that he didn't know who it was. He was pretending that he lied about. I guess look, I don't know the story what he did. I heard it was pretty bad, like what he did, and so if I'm going based off of what I've heard, his crime was, it doesn't sound like a good pardon, but maybe because he did some deals with him, and maybe he might have did a hookup. I'm thinking that was a hookup pardon. This is what I've heard from family members, that if you're in prison, hold on real quick. What I would say, what I heard, if you pay in the Trump administration, you can get out of prison if you got the right dollar amount. That's what I'm hearing.
I told y'all.
And actually, I have a cousin in prison right now that's trying to come up with $2 million to get out.
I told y'all this earlier. He's selling pardons. I told y'all this.
Hookup pardon is the craziest thing I've heard on Clubhouse today. Like that's just a normal thing. A hookup pardon.
But I told y'all this earlier. It's a pay if you got the right dollar amount, you can pay for a pardon.
When did you say this, Raj? You say it. I didn't hear you. I've been in the room with you all day. When did you say this?
I said this earlier. I said Lil Wayne paid for a pardon. I said NBA Youngboy paid for a pardon. I had this whole.
I think I remember that. Oh, yeah, I think I remember that, but I didn't know it was about a party. I thought you were talking about something else.
No, I was talking about parties. I did.
And Rez might be one. Look, Rez might be one of the smartest people on the stage, but man, don't piss her up. Is the crash is like that helicopter in Orange County. I guess
That was nasty work. That was nasty work.
Yeah, he wanted attention. She just ignored him with that one.
See, I did good. I didn't respond.
You went on mute.
All right, so nobody else got nothing to say. The MAGA people had nothing to say about this Crypto King being released. So we got Santos out, we got the Crypto Kings out, we got January 6th. Who else we getting out next?
Diddy coming out next. Watch what I say. They working the numbers. Watch what I say.
MAGA don't want Diddy out. That would be bad look for MAGA. Like MAGA will that would be.
Especially when everything files not being released.
They do not care. It is all about the numbers. Why do you think they care?
It's not worth for him to do that. Diddy's time is short anyway. So, and they talking about Diddy going to like a halfway house anyway. So he might spend 6 months in prison.
Well, I'm waiting to see. I think y'all gonna have a lot of news and politically correct because you guys gonna have the Chinese the meeting this week, and I think that's gonna be some fireworks there. I remember I think someone said the Indonesian president said that he's not safe. So look for, I don't know what's gonna happen this week, but it might not be a safe place for the president to be at. So,
No, nobody was complaining. Look at you, coming here prejudging.
What up, brother?
No, nobody was complaining. It was a question, sir. Now you done woke up from your nap and you all grumpy, and you need your Metamucil. So cut it.
Hey, but I was talking about Rez brought up a good point that I didn't think about. You don't see the mob bosses, and I didn't even think about it. You don't see the mob. I forgot that family even exists. I thought it was only on Harlem or Godfather, the Godfather of Harlem, whatever's where you hear about these families. But you're right. That shit is crazy. There's not one picture of them being arrested.
They say they got some of them too.
They're arrested. They didn't show their pictures.
They didn't show the pictures though, but they showed the blacks pictures.
No, it's really messed up. But
I was wild.
There's something else though. This is extended into college basketball. You believe that?
Well, what about hockey? They got hockey too? Hockey also?
I just saw the extension into college basketball, but they probably all gonna fall like cards.
I think someone said LeBron.
That's cool.
But think about it.
This is the natural thing that happens when you've got this much sports betting going on. I mean, and there's bets on everything, right? Like, that's one of the craziest things in the story was the whole Terry Rozier part is that he just left a game early with an injury, and there was a prop bet on him not completing the game. It was probably like really, really like crazy odds on it too, because that's not a normal thing to have happen, like betting on someone's injuries. And so you could basically do something that looks super normal, and someone can make a ton of money off it. So of course that's going to happen, especially with these college kids who aren't making any money.
Yeah, and we start seeing the Texas quarterback throwing those bad passes. I kind of wonder. He was good last year. Now he's just playing garbage.
Art's trash. They keep doing this on purpose.
You know what? This answers my question about Kawhi Leonard. Remember, he used to always fall down, get hurt all just all of a sudden, like in critical games and stuff. Crazy.
Yeah, everybody's gonna go back and look at clips now and start.
Already clips out on Rozier. It's hilarious.
Really?
Hey, who's that basketball player that was dating LeBron's mom, and now he's like homeless on drugs?
What?
Oh, okay. Yeah, they need to get him. He probably got all the secrets too. They get his mind right.
They be severing them NBA players. Y'all ever watch Severed on one mind, and then when they leave, they get their regular outside of work mind back.
Yo, my little warrior heart gonna be broken if they get those Warriors, man. It's gonna be real broken.
Exactly. But they're so clean. There's no way. There's no way, right? Sure. Maybe Jordan Poole when he was there.
To be so good and bad at the same time.
The Warriors won last night?
How we got whooped. Trailblazers hit every single three that they wanted. It was insane. Yeah, but we're 2-1 though. We had an amazing game against the Nuggets, amazing game against the Lakers. So.
I mean, did the Dodgers win? Did the Dodgers win last night?
No, they got blown out. I mean, blown out.
Yep.
But those Japanese pitchers weren't pitching for him, right?
Imagine that. It's going to take Japanese pitchers to win it for the Dodgers, or it's going to be a Canadian team winning the World Series.
But they're not even Canadian, though, right? Most of them are Americans on a Canadian team and Dominicans.
It's still in Canada.
It's just a team, yeah.
But Omar, they're probably mostly Dominicans if you're gonna go like that, you know.
Trump's about to double those 10% tariffs to 20% if the Blue Jays win. He's going to say that it's just a scheme.
Like that.
I'm interested to see how the World Cup goes. I'm hoping that by that time ICE will be done with their mission and that things, they got as many people out that were the bad ones. Leave grandma and grandpa, the abuelas alone, and let the country go back to normal. Bring some calmness back.
LA, right? And then going to LA.
Nah, there's no need to go back in LA. I think LA learned their lesson already.
No, I'm talking about that's the Olympics.
Oh, Olympics, LA, yeah.
Yeah,
So,
they gotta. It's not just the illegal immigrant thing. It's the homeless thing. So they found out that they've been scheming homeless funds that were supposed to go to put up housing and stuff, millions of dollars. And no housing was built, even though all that money was put up for the homeless. So that's gonna be a big problem when those come in. If that doesn't get in.
So Rez, what are you gonna do? Rez, you're real good at economics, and so explain the stock market. Why is the stock market at its high, in your opinion? But even though inflation and everything else is going up.
So, Mario, are you being serious right now?
Yeah, because if I try to speak on it, I just want to make sure Rez talk about it first so I can make sure I don't say the wrong thing.
I can actually address that, but go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Oh, yeah, because, you up there, too. You up there in NorCal, so y'all finance people.
So the stock market is speculative, and it's getting more speculative as we go, right? We're having all kinds of financial instruments that are not based on the value of the companies or even what they have in terms of market capitalization. For instance, the top, say, 10 companies are very undercapitalized to their actual value, which is like 30x or more, right? So a company like Apple, right, has one of the companies with the most cash, has $141 billion, but yet it's ranked worth $3-point-something trillion, right? And also you see Nvidia, right? Nvidia only has like $50 billion in cash, right? But they're ranked with $4+ trillion. So you're really not seeing the correlation of what the company actually can generate in terms of revenue right now versus what it might, what its value is on the market. Now this may change for sure in the industry, but obviously we're gonna have some looters, and we're gonna have some that are reaching that don't quite, capture the target they're shooting for. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that's pretty good. That was really good explanation. Why y'all don't let a left talk more when y'all get into that when it talks about economics?
A left is, he wish-washy. Sometimes he be on point. Next, you know what I'm saying?
That mean he be telling the truth. That's what that mean.
Left is fantastic.
Shut up, Jason.
But he often is very busy hitting those gifts over and over and over again.
Exactly.
So,
Exactly.
And he's wish-washy.
Washing gifts, that's right. I'll be washing my gifts.
You know, Aleph sometimes, you know, he be Aleph, you know. But thank you, Aleph. When he's good, he's great. Okay? But what's next? All right, so okay, well, you know what, Jason, so you wanted to be a part of the conversation. So do you think that or what do you think about Trump pardoning the crypto king?
I don't like it. I don't like all the pardons, man. But the only thing I say to it is that the pardoning games was begun by the Democrats. That shit on January 19th was diabolical. Even Democrats would have to admit that. Like, how many people they got pardoned the day before January 20th and then preemptive pardon? I didn't even know you could fucking pardon a nigga that wasn't in jail or something.
I mean, that's a lie because if you look at the numbers, Biden only pardoned 195 people, and Trump has pardoned over 2,000 people. So the numbers don't lie. Let's stop.
Well, I don't know the numbers specifically.
I'm telling you the numbers. So stop.
Okay, you talking good. The thing is, he said he said he wouldn't even pardon his son before he did it. He said he wasn't gonna do it. He said he wasn't gonna do it. And he was saying like, man, they pardon all the J6s. We're gonna take
If you don't pardon your son,
we're gonna take a stance against pardoning people. And then on January 19th happens. The Fauci preemptive pardon and all that stuff.
But what happened before that? What happened before that? What precipitated the pardons?
I don't know. You tell me. They the ones that did it. You tell me why they did it.
The threat of us all being in court and wasting taxpayers' money trying to prosecute people for nothing.
Like it's happening now.
Are you talking about politically motivated court proceedings?
That is correct. Yes.
You talking about where they pick the defendant before they find the crime? Pick the defendant first and find the crime? That's what you're saying?
We're saying like you saw with Comey and Loretta Lynch. So you know what she's talking about.
No, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, but Trump makes the same argument that was done to him. But he was told if you didn't do nothing, you ain't got nothing to worry about. That's what he was told.
But he did something. That's the problem. And these people didn't do anything. And now we're exactly after how much money has been spent. After how much money has been spent. Money that people need to eat.
So if they get some of them guilty, are y'all gonna say
guilty of what though? Guilty of what? Let me say this to you, right? Let me say this to you right now. Let me tell you what happened in Friday in court, right? With the AG currently. Let me tell you what happened in Friday. Let me tell you how much of a joke this is. The prosecutor who is completely what's the word I'm looking for? A dimwit, right? She's so ill prepared that she went in front of the judge, right, and said that they're still in discovery. They don't even have the case prepared. So they're in the middle of discovery for a case that they don't even have prepared, that they prosecuted, but they went in front of a grand jury and got an indictment. Make that make sense, sir. This is the stuff that I'm talking about, that you can't make this shit up. So you literally went to a grand jury, got an indictment for a case you said you were ready for, but then you get in front of the judge, and you're supposed to be prosecuting the case, and then you tell the judge you haven't even gone through discovery yet. Make this make sense. Let me go on.
So Jason, I think there were thousands of rioters in January 6th that were pardoned by Trump.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't think we really have an equilibrium there, right? Between Trump and Biden's pardons.
That's a bad look. I'm gonna
6. To be fair, Jason, like I don't like the pardons that happened then either. Like I actually don't think Hunter really should have received a pardon. I understand why it happened, and I think the fact that Donald Trump is doing politically motivated prosecutions is terrible, and I can kind of see why he would want to preempt that. It's like standing on a principle that your opponent isn't willing to stand on is tricky because you're talking about your son also. But regardless, like I don't like any of the pardons. I generally think pardons should only be used when there was some miscarriage of justice, not because the president just decides that they like somebody or whatever. Like they're their friend or they donated the right amount of money to the right thing. Like I basically think that's wrong, period. And I don't think it should be used as an excuse for making it seem like what Trump is doing is either the same, because it's not the same. It's at a very different magnitude and being done for very different reasons in very different ways. And 2, I don't think that it should be used to justify it, period. Like if they both did wrong, they both did wrong. So it doesn't make it okay.
Let's be clear, right? Biden just didn't pardon Hunter. He had to pardon his entire family. Just his family didn't do anything wrong. His daughter, his brother, they didn't do a damn thing. But he had to protect his family because of how despicable this human being is. So that's disgusting in itself. But he had to pardon his family to protect his family from how despicable and low-hanging fruit this person is. I'm going on.
So I'll ask you, you think that if it's a nothing burger evidence-wise, that even when charges brought against them, that the charges will go through and they can get found guilty? That they could get found guilty if there's no evidence?
Do you want somebody to put charges on you and then see if you get found unguilty?
No, I don't.
Hey, come on now. Just think about it. The mere fact, but the idea of having to go through that, Jason, alone is very stressful. You gotta admit. Okay.
I'm just saying it's not new. It's not new. As a matter of fact, it's happening around the world. Like, if you're familiar with what's happening in Albania with their former prime minister, his name is Berisha, the former president and prime minister. His case sounds a lot like the Letitia James case, almost verbatim. So a land deal that his son-in-law benefited from back in 2008. They're bringing charges against him for that because he's a political.
How much was it? You talking about land? Land sounds expensive.
It does, but the Letitia James, I know you're gonna say Letitia James house. It wasn't that expensive, so it seemed like it. But I think that's politically motivated, just like this. I don't know the monetary value of the land that they're talking about, but they bought up some old land deals, just like they bought that old house she bought. In the socialist leadership in Albania is pretty much silencing him for that. I think the Letitia James case is some bullshit, but that case in Albania is the exact same thing in reverse because that's the country's left-leaning people bringing charges against some more conservative former leader because of an old land deal. So what I'm saying, this shit been going on for a long time, and it don't just happen in America.
Yeah, but like authoritarianism is real. That has existed around the world, and authoritarians definitely use this tactic all the time. There's no doubt about it. But like, why are we comparing ourselves to Albania?
I'm gonna do a first lady. What's going on here?
What does America and Albania have to do with each other? And like, one of the reasons why this country, is better for business and generally is, I mean, there's so many caveats to this, but it's generally been better on issues of justice, at least in recent years, versus in Albania, is because we're not comparing ourselves to places like Albania. Like, I mean, our justice system is way better than North Korea's. Does that mean that what Trump is doing should be something we accept?
We're involved in what they're doing, though. USA has these funds go over there along with George Soros funds to help train their judges on case management and train their media on how to investigate and quote-unquote fact-check. So we involved in what's going on over there with taxpayer dollars.
How about we get more local and talk about Trump's son exploiting land in New Jersey and buying it up and then claiming that and keeping it poor so that he can utilize government grants.
You said what about it? I'm sorry, I'm exploding about to get this bowl, man. Say that again.
Trump's son has major land holdings in New Jersey, and he's keeping them under the poverty line so that he can get government grants.
Yesterday, something that too, but I heard you say Trump's son. I believe it is some shady thing going on with that. But then he got some kind of business set up that he can only make money with.
Let's not even go there. Let's talk about all the licensing deals that went down. We're gonna let's bring up everything. All the licensing deals that Ivanka Trump got.
The only thing he gonna do is pardon his son on January 19th, 2028. The only thing he gonna do. He just gonna follow the playbook that he already seen him play out.
Makes a good point. Like, I don't know, First Lady, if you've seen, what's his name? Carvel. I probably screwing his name up right now. But,
Carvel Ice Cream?
No, the one used to work for Clinton. No, the Skeletor looking motherfucker.
Talking about James Carvel? I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
He said
Carvel.
Yeah, thank you. He said basically that like all these people who support Trump, I think he's talking about the people who are like the donors. They should be, walking down. They should be shamed, and it's crazy. I mean, you have to move away from Trump. I think for the country to heal, I think you can't say his name. I think you got to stop saying. Once he's gone, you got to stop saying his name. You got to say, okay, we're gonna try.
Stop saying whose name?
The name. See, there you go, right there. You see how I just did that? Trump. As
much as that man called on Biden, I'm telling you, if I had a penny, not even a dime, not even a nickel, if I got a penny for every time he mentions Biden's name, I promise you, I'll be a millionaire by now.
I'm talking about post this presidency. I think and this is my opinion. I think.
Aren't we post Biden though?
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say, if people want Trump,
what's good for the geese ain't good for the camel.
No, not
the name of Trump.
People need to go to prison.
Rez, hold on, Rez, hold on. But to get Trumpism out of the mix, you gotta. I just think you just gotta try to figure out how do you heal the country? How do you bring people together? And keep talking about Trump is not going to do that. I'll go on.
I think sending him to prison would be cool.
Not only should we send him to prison, we should have done it the first time. Like, the guy broke so many laws, and so many of those cases were open and shut, and that dumbass Merrick Garland didn't understand that it was more important for the country to hold him accountable than to whatever the hell he was standing by. I don't even know what he thought he was standing by. But he wasted a whole bunch of time, and then a bunch of Trump loyalists, slow-walked cases that were open and shut. I mean, the man was keeping, very highly classified materials in his toilet, in his closet, in the pool room of Mar-a-Lago. That is insane. And that's just one thing. He also tried to steal an election. What are we doing? It's absolutely insane that we didn't hold him accountable, and the institutions are failing now because they showed just how weak they were under Biden. And that is going to be part of the historical stain on Biden. And we've done this in this country a lot, throughout our history, where people who should have been held to account and absolutely had their reputations obliterated, thrown in prison, throw away the key, those kinds of people we have not done a good job of punishing when they've been on the right. We've tolerated all kinds of bullshit, whether it was the Confederates getting away with being traitors, or Donald Trump trying to steal an election, so on and so forth. The Iran-Contra stuff, Like, all of that is insane. Getting pardoned by Ford, like, been terrible at that, and it has led to all kinds of pain for this country. So the idea that we're going to just forget about it and pretend that, you know, right-wing authoritarianism in this country, which is deep in our history, is going to just disappear on its own is crazy. Now, what we actually need is a much more muscular response to it, whether that's a centrist response or a left response, or I don't know, maybe a coalition between the two, and maybe people on the right of good faith. Maybe the Mitt Romney types, or even the Liz Cheneys and Kinzingers, who make my stomach turn, but I think are on the right side of these kinds of issues. No, that's what actually needs to happen. The idea that we're going to just watch the grift happen and have them like make off like bandits with billions of dollars while destroying all the norms and institutions that actually are important. No, absolutely not. That's never going to happen and should not.
So if that's the route you're going to go, that's fine. Then what I hope is that if Democrats take over in the next election or in 2032, you lose, and then a Republican who was loyal to Trump wins and just does and return fire. I mean, and then we're just in a country, we're just going to be in this loop. So there you go.
It's not returning fire. That's the problem with it. It's not returning fire to hold Trump accountable for the crimes that he committed. That's not returning fire. What are we doing? That's just the law. Simple. Pure. It's not about whether or not you like the man or not. He committed a crime the same way that no one should have defended Robert Menendez, and basically nobody did, because the man was a corrupt piece of shit and was using his office in the Senate to enrich himself. He deserved to be convicted. It's not a question of like evening up some sort of tit for tat game, and that's the whole problem. What I'm saying is that we should be Americans first. We should stand by the sort of core social contract, which includes following the law and like running elections fairly and having our representatives be elected through free and fair elections, like the foundational principles. We should stand by those fiercely, defend them like they matter, and hold people who violate them to account. Donald Trump is violating everything that is, good about the U.S. Like all of our aspirations of what we're supposed to be in our ideal state, he is violating.
Believe that other presidents have violated their oath to office as well, just not Donald Trump. There's people who believe that Biden, aka Dark MAGA, was very divisive. They believe that he used the auto pen and that should be crooked, should be investigated. There's people who believe. There's people who believe that it was political on these prosecutions, and they have a good case against him when it came to the Russia hoax. 600 plus days, people thought Mueller was going to have taken President Trump out of the White House in his first term. They didn't have anything. I thought he was a Russian asset. I thought him and Putin was scheming against America. It was never true. So your side doesn't really have a leg to stand on. Like, we don't. That's where you lost credibility. That's why we're so divided, because you said this Russian thing was going on, and it turned out to be a hoax. So we just not going to take you seriously.
It always amazes me how I'm somehow Robert Mueller and James Comey and and somehow I have influence over them, which is always interesting.
I never said your name, by the way.
But well, you said you, but okay. That's fair enough. So the point is that if they did something that was illegal, prosecute them. I don't care. I care about the law ahead of that, which is exactly why I was bringing up Menendez. And I could bring up a bunch of other people who have violated the law. I don't give a shit. If they violated the law, like when it comes to election administration, which I know well, I want the Republican in Mesa County, Colorado, who got convicted. I'm glad she got convicted. And also the Democrat in Arizona, who's essentially buying votes. I want both of them in prison because they violated our elections, and that's a really, really big deal. I don't care which side you're on. If you're violating these kinds of laws, you deserve to be held to account, period. And that's what's wrong with MAGA, is you don't have principles like that. You can look the other way and just be like, oh yeah, whatever. He gave a pardon to the Binance guy. I don't really like it, but it's not that big of a deal. It's just the law.
So
It's just pardoning people for no good reason. Like, you can't just shrug off principle like that and expect to be taken seriously as people who are like showing up in good faith, can be negotiated with, that aren't out trying to harm you. Right? When you let someone like George Santos go, what does that say about what your moral character is? It's a horrific thing to do. Horrific.
Why this is how both sides get their bullshit on, because both sides base MAGA and the left. They will let their side do whatever and they make excuses for it. So the fact that their base is making excuses and looking the other way and arguing with the other side that's trying to hold them accountable, that's how both sides get their bullshit off.
Excuses for what, Jason? Which excuses? Hold on, Marshall. Jason, which excuses and for what? Be specific, please.
Okay, so if you want an example, I'll give you one. Let's talk about the Pacific Palisades in California. I think what's going on there is criminal because they are. So this is what happened with that. I know you probably know in California. What happened with the Palisades is the fires it swallowed everything up. The residents there, man, they didn't send help. Until long, it was calling. Nobody came. The reservoir was empty and all of that stuff. So you got that, boom, now everything's destroyed. Then they tried to sneak in legislation to put affordable housing on those lots instead of helping the people rebuild. And when it came to rebuilding, and this is a Karen Bass thing, because Trump went there to talk with them about, okay, we got to remove this red tape. Got to make sure everybody get their permits. They ain't going to be waiting months to get their permits, are they? Lo and behold, here we are. Still, most of the people ain't got no permits. So when you put it together, it's like, okay, y'all didn't rush out to help, for one. And then for two, you tried to sneak in this legislation, which they had talked back down. It's on pause right now. That affordable housing legislation to go on those lots. And then the red tape you said you was gonna remove to help those people rebuild, you ain't doing it. You're not doing it. So it looks shady. It looks very shady, but people who like Gavin Newsom, people who like Karen Bass, they make excuses for that type of stuff. So there's an example.
I'm like kind of stunned that you're talking about something as local as the Pacific Palisades fire as an example of how Democrats broadly are somehow making excuses for corruption and law violations. Like, I don't understand how those two things connected at all.
Are they? Is that a blue state and is that a blue county over there? Yes or no?
Yeah, but he's talking about national politics, bro.
He's
talking about the fact.
I'm not isolating everything to federal. I'm not isolating everything to
when it comes to Republicans and corruption, you have Republicans who are making excuses. I don't know a single Democrat I know in real life who's made an excuse for Bob Menendez. But I know Republicans in real life who've made excuses for the corrupt pardons that have been given. That's his point.
Those are not equal, though. Those are not equal, Marshall.
Better said than I said.
Biden pardons Democrats.
and corruption are not equal.
Your Honor didn't. I give Your Honor credit. He said he didn't like the Democrat pardons that happened on January 19th. But that's not common for Democrats to say that. Most of them make excuses for that.
Well, hold on real quick. One, he was taking money, and he had gold bars in his closet. Pardons the president has the right. Even Biden had his presidential rights to give pardons. Like, you can't take that away from him. That's not illegal. Now, if you're saying if there's somehow something behind the scenes that I don't know, that he was given pardons, Biden or Trump was given pardons and getting kickbacks, then maybe someone will come out like a whistleblower and provide proof. But right now, they have the constitutional right to do so. So all presidents do.
Yeah, it's not about the right, it's about whether you wield it justly or not. It's clearly not being wielded justly. It's not in service of justice. It's not because someone was wrongly convicted or the sentence was overly, burdensome. He's doing it because he's getting paid.
Congress could step in and pass laws to curtail some of that. So that's what I would say to we just don't say things are crooked without Congress.
They can't really do that because the pardon power, I believe, is constitutional, which would mean it takes an amendment to alter that.
Yeah, my point about the excuses being made by people for their own party at all levels, local, federal, state, I'm talking all levels, whatever example you want to point out. Republicans and Democrats do it. So my ultimate point was just that because both sides refuse to look at their own party, this is why they continue to get their bullshit off. That's what I'm saying.
I'm just saying this, that both sides don't refuse to look at it. Democrats have owned up to their shit, and at the end of the day, nobody's made excuses on the Democratic side for Bob Menendez and anybody else who's broken the goddamn law. The problem that I have with Republicans, especially MAGA, is that you guys make a lot of freaking excuses for J6ers, for instance, that every one of them have broken the law, continue to break the law, continue to come out and broke the law after they got out, and continue to do all types of stuff. And they feel emboldened to do it. They got out on pardons and literally were breaking the law and then turning around telling people, I have a pardon, so I have the right to continue to break the law. What are we talking about? Like, this is some weirdo stuff. And y'all are weird for saying some of this stuff. What are we talking about? We are also very hold tight. We are also very clear on how all this stuff is working. We are not stupid to how this is working. I mean, we're not oblivious to any of this. Some of these guys, these rappers and stuff like that, they would have never gotten pardons. Never. Not in a day, a stretch, a year. They didn't have. I'm not, sir. Stop. That's not how pardons work. Okay? This is the problem with a lot of y'all. Pardons are actually done through judicial reviews. They're supposed to be done through the DOJ. A review is done, and then the president sits down, and after a judicial review is done, they then turn around and do the consideration, traditionally. But because of how fucked up this president is, not all that has been thrown out the window. Because you guys don't understand that all of the normal ways of things being normally done have gone out the window. This is the problem. All the normalcies of how government work, because a lot of you have never worked in government, it's very obvious that you guys do not understand that a lot of the things that were done, that used to be done correctly, that we used to have what they call IGs, they're all gone. Because they were fired by this administration. We used to have checks and balances. We used to have people in place to make sure that the government not only ran efficiently, that we used to have watchdogs to make sure that people were not corrupt. But all these people are gone. So right now, people are just running rogue, doing what they want. And you guys don't have a darn clue. It is unbelievable that y'all fall for the banana in the tailpipe all the time. And you do not understand how this works. And unfortunately, you will feel the effects of it in 10 to 15 years when you start to see the effects of it after these people leave. Because after they've stolen all the money, after they have left the government in a mess, and somebody's going to have to come and clean it up. That's what you don't understand.
I mean, tradition is not the law, actually. And I think that's why there is a problem here. There are
I said nothing about tradition. I said, again, you don't listen. I said nothing about tradition. I said nothing about tradition. Because you're not gonna miscue my words. I said nothing about tradition. I said nothing about tradition. I said guardrails. I said offices and agencies like they are gone. Sir, the watchdog agencies are gone.
Yes,
those they were required by law.
No, they
absolutely
were not. They were
the this was required by law. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't.
Well,
You're
the pardon
talking about,
power,
sir.
the pardon
You have
power,
no idea
for
what
just
you're
preventing
about,
me
sir.
from speaking.
Sir, you
The-
have no
the pardon-
idea what you're
The
talking
pardon
about.
power
Jason,
is ultimately
you
something
always
the president
want to
has power
talk
to exercise.
just to be talking. Goodbye.
The president has broad power to pardon people, even for no reason, and Congress has no power to do anything about his pardons. And some traditional practices evolved around how the president uses that power. Some guardrails, some norms, right? But norms are not laws. And we are seeing, as I think many of you have pointed out, that the norms are breaking down. And the role of Congress here should be to rework the laws to address that situation. I mean, these broad executive powers are the result, in part, not entirely, but in part, of decisions Congress made. Decisions to give the president more power, and they have not removed. There's a whole bevy of powers they have given the president, the basis for which is entirely gone, and they have never gotten around to repealing them.
Your garbage Supreme Court did that. Your president with his garbage Supreme Court did that. They expanded that. Your garbage Supreme Court did that. Thank you.
About something that goes back at least 100 years.
Yeah.
Talking
The
about something now,
authorization.
talking about something that goes back about 100 years.
No, but it's U.S. Okay, the authorization of military use of force for Gulf War I, Gulf II, the war in Afghanistan, they have not been repealed. We all know those are over, but Congress has not gotten around to cleaning that up. And the whole thing about the tariffs, the interesting thing about it is if Trump cannot do the tariffs through emergency powers or whatever his initial plan was, there are 5 or 6 other things apparently that are going to let him do some or all of them. We have given a massive amount of power.
Declaring war. War was not even declared. You don't even know what you're talking
authorization
about.
of military use of force.
Shut your ass up. Shut your ass up. You don't know. You never wore a uniform. Shut your ass up. He doesn't know what he's talking about. No, Marshall, be quiet. This is what you have no idea what you're talking about.
That was passed.
Stop it.
All right.
No, it was not. Because Iraq was not even passed. No, it was not. It was not passed. It was not passed. Marshall, it was not passed. It was never passed.
What's going on?
It was never passed.
All right. Only one at a time. What's happening?
I had a question.
Is Versa going on right now? The Versus is, what's it called? Versace? What's that thing?
Oh, is it going on? Yeah.
I don't know. That's what I'm asking you.
Yeah, it's supposed to start at 8, right? 8 o'clock.
Somebody said 5 p.m. West Coast time.
Yeah, that's 8 o'clock for y'all, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're missing out.
Oh, okay. All right. So what's the argument now? What's happening?
He's just coming over here just spewing shit. The normal Trump bullshit.
Okay,
when they come on here.
You talking to me, Ray?
He's asking me. He just comes on here and they spew the normal Trump lies, the normal bullshit, and they tell people all kinds of shit and disinformation. Always do. And I hate the damn bullshit. This is what I cannot stand. They never served a day in the military. They have no idea what the hell they're talking about and just say shit because it just sounds good because they think because they're white and they're men that they're talking what they know and they don't. I'm sick of it.
So we aren't able to have the conversation? You don't think we should have the conversation?
Oh, I'm fed up with the damn disinformation. I'm fed up of it.
It's not disinformation if you don't listen to what comes out of his mouth, Rez. You
interrupt. Marshall, I'm not listening to it anymore. I'm tired of y'all. I'm tired of y'all. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it.
But Marshall, we should look it up, Marshall. And I did. And the authorization. Yeah, I said there was an authorization of military use of force passed for Gulf War I, and Rez is saying no.
You said for all of it, all the way through.
No,
you were
I did
a
not
liar.
say
yes,
that.
you did. You're a liar. Yes, you did.
No, I
yes, you said all the way through.
Go ahead,
You don't want people to interrupt you, so how about you don't interrupt him?
Stop trying to dick ride him.
Military use of force
No, I'm saying
against
manners
Iraq
and manners, and you want manners to be enforced for you, then you have to enforce it for him.
You got to tell him to dick ride him.
We gotta
I
talk
don't need
about
you to dick
facts
ride
here,
him.
not about people.
Really? Stop
Authorization.
talking about dingaling riding. What's going on?
The authorization for the military use of force was passed as a joint resolution in 2002. All right? And there are many other such cases where powers have been granted to the president and not revoked. And I've listed many others. There's a huge range of them. And these restrictions on the power, like there needs to be IG, or there needs to be this or that. Okay, a lot of these are norms. They're traditional behavior that is not required by the law. And the norms are breaking down. And that's where you say, okay, I guess we got to go rethink how the laws are put together, how the system works. But that's Congress's job to change. You can't rely on people in the presidency being nice. And you can't hold the president accountable for doing things he has almost complete freedom to do without accountability, according to the laws that Congress did pass, which is true of the pardon power and various other things that the president can do. And so it's great that people are unhappy with Trump for bad things that he does. Many conservatives are also unhappy. But fixing the president or something, it's not the president whose job is to fix the president in a system of balance of powers. It's another power's job to fix the president.
So
thank you for listening.
Jason, to the room with Jeff, I think that right here we have this vector of the president using pardons for political benefit, right, as opposed to financial benefit directly. And we see this clearly in his pardoning of the Binance guy, right? Because the Binance guy's cryptocurrency firm donated money to WLFI, right? The World Liberty Financial, right? Which is run by his son, by Trump's son. So wouldn't that be basically an indirect grift?
But I don't know that that's a crime. Like, what basis is there for challenging the president's pardon?
Because it's a crime for the president to be bribed. You can't. It's illegal for a president to get a bribe for a pardon.
What is it? I mean, so in principle you might be right, but what? Did the donation occur before he pardoned the guy, or at the same time? Or can you draw a line there to link them? I mean, before he was convicted, or after, or what? And it's how are you gonna? And more broadly,
I think it's not drawing the line. I think it's dragging the line. But like you're saying, did the line occur before, after, or during the pardoning, right? I believe it occurred before the pardoning, but then that would even show, for me, even more weight towards the pardon itself.
It may show that for you, but I would be very surprised if anyone has ever successfully prosecuted a president for corruption in his pardon. I mean, if you want to argue that there was favor shown in a pardon, there are more cases than the Trump situation, and it's just not something anybody touches. Maybe that's the next one that has to change.
Inescapable right now. I'm trying to keep the problem simple enough so we can solve them.
Yeah, I'm saying you don't understand what the problem is. That's where I disagree with you about what the problem is. The problem is not Trump. The problem is Trump has power to do things, a lot of things, and he shouldn't have that power. And that has to do with the office of the presidency, not Trump. You can't solve Trump. You got to solve the office. That's if you look at where we even get our system of government from. When English realized the problem was not a bad king, the problem was a king. And so they gradually made all these things to restrain the king and create sort of representative systems of government and impose rule of law on things and separate powers from the king. And that was the only way they made the system uncorrupt. It wasn't by let's get the bad king out and good king in. I mean, sometimes that worked, but then you got the same problem again. And they saw this happening over and over.
But that's because we've made the scope escapable, right? We've made the scope too large to actually contain the solution. So the solution here is this president breaking the law? That is the problem right now. That's the problem question, right? The problem definition. And when we're trying to solve that problem, we look at what did the president do? And what the president has done is he has taken somebody who donated money to his campaign, showed favoritism to them, and pardoned the person. Now, would you then say, with just that short scope, is that then a form of bribery?
No, that's not necessarily a bribe. Okay, that doesn't, I mean, it would say someone who you liked and who donated to your campaign was unjustly prosecuted and unjustly thrown in jail, and you pardon them. That would be the right thing to do, I guess, right?
I guess our moral seesaws are uneven.
Well, it's not about morality. It's there's nothing that you can say, just like when we, like, Biden pardoned a family member.
Seesaws are uneven.
Just because Biden pardoned a family member doesn't mean he did something wrong.
Right, and remember, I was trying to narrow the scope so we could solve this particular problem.
I'm saying the way you're...
That would be a different situation. I would do that in a multi-layered way, and I would use much more forces around that. But to take account of this specific problem, this is where I would tag things.
Well, I don't think that you can show that what he did was illegal there. And I don't think, more broadly, that we do this at this time. I don't know that we ever prosecute presidents for their pardons. So you're treating it as an open and shut matter. I'm saying this is just not productive. You're never going to get anywhere if you're trying to figure out how to prosecute the president for misusing his pardon power. He has such broad power to pardon. That will not accomplish anything. And that is the problem, that he has such broad power. And we have only increased the president's power, you know? And if we want to limit the president's power, that's how we get out of this situation. That's the lesson of even the development of our institutions.
Well, traditionally, Jason, people vote based on abuse of pardon. So if our friends in the leftist community believe that Trump is a criminal, they have a good case that he's a criminal. The way they should adjudicate that is in the ballot box. Make that case to the voters in 2028. What I predict will happen is, and I'll be brief here, I predict the voters will agree with the leftists and say, yes, Trump is scum. He did do all these criminal things, but we hate the Democratic Party so much that we're going to re-elect Trumpism. That's my prediction.
About the sliding of that pardon being done before even Trump got in office. Actually, Binance put WLF, they were the first to put WLF5 on their exchange as of September 2025. Do you revise your assessment?
I would need to know more about that situation. If you want me to assess whether Trump committed a crime in the case of this pardon, I mean, need more than 10 minutes or 20 minutes. I need to familiarize myself with what occurred. And pardoning is just peace.
I'm not asking you to do that now. I'm just saying, look into it, Jason. And, because I know that you're pretty due diligent. So yeah, just look into that.
And what you'll get from that, even if you find out that he did do something wrong, what you will probably find is that prosecuting him for it is basically impossible. And certainly impractical. And this is where we come back to executive power.
I think it's just insidious, for him to do that, the way he's doing it, and how often he's doing it, the frequency and the magnitude of which he's doing it. And outcomes and the recidivism as well.
Yeah, and the other thing, Jason, is you can make what you're essentially making is a legal argument or like a governance argument, but there's a moral argument that matters here. Like if the president has largely unrestricted power to pardon, which the American president absolutely does have, we can still judge whether or not they're using that pardon responsibly or not. And that still matters. It matters as a political question. It matters a governance question about how should we treat the pardon in the future we try to restrict it. And it feels like you're not paying enough attention to how important that is to, to lots of people for all kinds of reasons. Namely, like very important foundational principles such as, are all men equal under the law? That's a really fundamental principle that's called into question when a George Santos gets a pardon or when this Binance guy gets a pardon. Clearly, we're not all equal under the law, and the way to be, to receive favor is to give money to the big guy, right?
And I ultimately treat that as a governance question, not as a legal question. And we should be thinking about what do we do about the problem. But I think maybe there's a different direction here. Maybe the Republic has gotten, I don't know, something's gotten out of balance or it's gotten too big or whatever. I don't think we should have a single executive anymore. There are some countries that have an executive council, like Switzerland. And the people who make pardons, they take a vote when they exercise the executive power. And in Switzerland's case, I believe there are 7 members of the executive council. So you don't get this seesaw effect when you have an election because you replace some of them and not all of them. Okay, so you don't get this dramatic change in your executive policy. And you also don't have these people who can just unaccountably do what they will. I mean, they still have to persuade someone else. And that's where I think, that's what I would argue here is like what this is really a sign of is that this unitary, like one guy, monarch-like power figure is just, okay, it's not going to work for very much longer. So we need to do something.
Yeah, I mean, I'm coming to the same line of thinking because the Constitution is an incomplete document. So, they did not envision somebody abusing the pardon power, right? Like they were operating on basically a gentleman's agreement. Like no gentleman will ever do this. So it's totally incomplete document, and I think Americans, they deify the founding fathers and they deify the creation of the Constitution, like it's truly from God, but it's just a document that had all these loopholes, and we can clearly see it.
American, the way you talking, you know what I'm saying? Americans, what in the world are you doing about changing it if you don't like it? You keep saying we are worshiping. I don't think anybody's worshiping a document or any of that kind of stuff. I think that black folks and minorities would like to see some kind of fair changes come our way. I bet you that. So at the end of the day, even that document didn't include a lot of minority people. So, I mean, at the end of the day, there can be improvements on everything, but it's a lot of foreign people have a lot to say, and they don't live over here.
Okay, why are you assuming I'm foreign?
Well, I'm just saying, just in general.
Well, it's a crazy assumption.
Brother, I'm not saying, give me a minute here. I'm not saying that you're foreign. If the shoes aren't on your feet, brother, then that's fine. If you're not foreign, got it. Just saying, you sound like it. If you're not, cool. At the end of the day, brother, that train's driving right on down the tracks right now. At the end of the day, though, brother, America, though, does have improvements. Regardless of whatever people believe, the Constitution, though, never, ever, ever was written to be abused in this fashion, in this way, and we are in an era that is more publicized now than ever, and Donald Trump is a kind of president that honestly does not abide by anything, whether that's laws, whether it's publicized or not. He does not care, and right now we are in a time in our country that it's not been seen before. If I could look up presidents, I've tried to look going back as far as I could. I haven't seen anything like Donald Trump as far as I could tell in history anyway. And we don't want this type of history repeating itself, and I'm concerned about it. And that's where Donald Trump is taking us back to history. I'm concerned.
Well, thank you all for listening to a white man's voice on this topic. I have to go for a little bit. But I appreciate being in this forum with you all.
You're not white. What are you talking about? Jason, where are you going? You're not white. What's that?
I'm pure white.
No, you're not.
I'm a pure Aryan man.
No, you're not.
I'm Czech German. I have R1 alleles. I'm pure Aryan and white and not, mixed with
Yeah,
anyone.
Jason, you're supposed to say you're white.
Jason, you need to work
Jason,
with
you are not white
Texas
tea.
more.
You are not white tea.
Bye-bye,
I'm
Jason.
not white. What do you think I am? What do
I
you
don't
think
know.
I am?
I'm just joking with you.
Okay. All right. White power, everybody.
No,
Have a good
no
night.
power, no
Okay,
power.
fine.
No power.
Have a great night, everybody. Thank
Bye,
you.
white
Go
tea.
ahead.
Go back to Old Camel.
All right, no, Haskell, buddy. Haskell's. I just write JavaScript now, dude. But
I like
anyways,
this
talk to you
sound
later.
All right.
Ciao.
This is the funniest room always.
To the person that just spoke, interestingly, like all the Nixon tapes are recorded, and I was just listening to some of them recently, and a lot of it is him trying to talk to like the his people to like litigate against whoever's litigating against him. Like, go find out. Like, he was doing a lot of the shit that Trump's doing, and it's all recorded. Like, it almost sounds the same. So it's almost like a second act to Nixon.
You're off target, brother. We've never seen. Come on, man. You guys to get it right. You guys get in your pickup truck and drive right, brother. You're off course, brother. It's not close. Donald Trump talks about grabbing women in areas that it's inappropriate and all that.
Yeah,
This
it's
is
close
not
in terms of corruption, maybe not in terms of like decorum.
Well, but look, we'll just say the word of the day is convolution. It's a lot going on, and Donald Trump is just a facet of that word. It's a lot going on, and Donald Trump is a part of the mix of whether it be making fun of somebody, whether it be us being laughed at on the world stage. It is horrible, and I feel like our country, it's like a kangaroo court or whatever you want to call it. It just seems that we're not on course, and we got to get back on course. And you got folks not going to be able to eat next month. That just came across the TV here. I hope you Republicans are happy that you guys are the Grinches that stole Thanksgiving for people that may not be able to eat. That's what makes me mad, right? Because that's what I worry about. Folks not having a meal to eat and choosing if they're going to keep the lights on to eat a meal. Y'all should be ashamed of yourselves. Republicans, you got the power, and you have some kind of responsibility to get the government open. And I suggest you fix it and upright it. It is your responsibility to get this thing right. Stop blaming people. That's what makes me mad, because you sit up here and you blame the wrong people instead of looking in the mirror at yourselves right now.
Can we get an amen?
Amen. I don't know what
feel like
you're
watching
thinking
Sinners
over
now
there,
for some
but
reason.
something rang.
Yeah, what you? That was I thought that was you first.
No.
That was me and my tambourine.
That tambourine is broke.
Yeah, we gotta go watch Sinners one day.
You know,
maybe go on Chatter. We watch Sinners.
Yeah, let's do that.
Hey, you got a beautiful voice, but I don't think you got good ears.
Ooh, that's nasty.
Talking to First Lady, right? I don't think we've ever seen First Lady ears.
Oh, you never seen my ears?
No, I don't remember.
No. Okay.
But I'm not like Aaron.
You see the right
Some
or
of
the
us
left?
don't try to show everything.
I'm not like Aaron. I don't be stalking people's pictures like that.
And Mari, I'm so proud to report I've never seen the picture.
Well,
many of them, apparently. Apparently there's multitudes.
The way you act like you have. Shit, you haven't stopped talking about it.
I just remember the, clubhouse drama. When the brain exploded because of you sending your junk on the internet.
You're bringing up
Piccadilly is crazy.
I was sitting there with my popcorn, probably 2 fingers of a good bourbon. And
I was like 44 years old when this happened. I'm 47 now. You still talking about this?
I mean, sometimes people need to know who they're talking to.
People know who the fuck I am. There's no secret.
They didn't know that.
But what they gonna do?
I didn't
What's they
know.
gonna do? What is that? What you think out of the blue
Well, I
right
think
now?
you need to
What
have
I don't like, Amari, is
No,
people
I
like
ain't
brand new. Because here's the thing,
I ain't doing
right?
no court first.
Like, I've been the same
we gonna
person on
summons
this
you to
app.
court.
I've been the same person on this app for 4 years, right? Like, I've been consistent. I haven't changed that much. I've grown a little bit. I've matured. You know, we've all had whatever's happened to us in our lives. But I'm the same dude. Some other people don't act like the same person. And when I hear them not act like the same person, I think it's good to just let people know who they're talking to.
Okay,
and you know,
I get it, and I think Roger's the one that has between you and Roger. I think y'all the ones that got the whole dossier shit. My
dossier. Is Roger still on that app?
No, the Roger in the chat. He saw it.
Oh, I don't know who that is.
Cause that's a couple times. I think he's the one that, or she. I don't know who it is. It's someone that whoever that Roger individual is, the person that I think still spreading this shit, keeping that shit alive. So. Anyway.
What do you mean? Roger ain't even talking about you. What you talking about?
He said, First Lady see the DMs. Like, come on now.
He sent me a message. What's happening?
I'm just saying, like, I just don't get why Your Honor still bringing up something. Like, why? What about? I mean, why are you still bringing up the picture thing? Like, I think that's just weird. That why you keep bringing that up? Like, I don't understand. Like, what do you think no one's trying to holler at First Lady. No one's trying to holler at Patty. No one's trying to holler at Lee. Like, no one's trying. Like, why bring that up? We're talking about politics. Like, your goal is to try to like shame me in front of these people, which is weird.
We're talking about politics. Your shame. That's
no, but that's your goal. I think that's.
Well, my goal is more that I don't think you've been consistent. I don't think that you show up in the same way. I think I've heard you talk one way in one kind of room and very differently in a different kind of room.
What do you
and I don't appreciate that. And so I like to make it a little bit more even. And one of the things that frustrates me about this app is that people regularly rooms and we need to pretend that they're brand new. And I've been on with you for a very long time. And I don't like the brand new shit. I don't like the tabula rasa. And so that's not the only thing I've brought up.
This is the first time.
As you know, it's not the only thing I've brought up in the past.
No, hold on, but Your Honor, hold on. This is the first time you tell me I'm brand new. You've never told me that. So what's brand new about me? Like,
I brought this up the other night because there were ways that you were presenting yourself the other night that I didn't think were consistent and congruent with who you've been on this app for a very long period of time.
Like what?
So,
like I never said
there's a reason why I
We
never
can get
the
into
Bible.
details. Let me just read this poll real quick. So 58% of the people say, heck yes, Trump will pardon Diddy. 45% of the people say, hell no, he's not going to do it. So I don't know which way we're going to go. 47 people did vote. I appreciate you. Another poll is coming. Stay tuned. Carry on.
No, I just don't. The brand new thing. This is the second time I heard that, and I'm like, because I'm not trying to like talk to women, that makes me brand new. Like because I'm just trying to,
No. It's not about that. I don't really care about you and
no, but you made the statement. I just don't understand why you made that statement because that's twice I heard someone say I'm brand new, and I'm like,
I don't know.
I talk about
this isn't very interesting to me. Well, there's lots of ways where I think you're very slithery. You have a tendency to be one way and then not. And I don't think that lack of consistency.
Sorry, I don't know what you mean by that.
Then you're gonna have to.
Are you saying that sometimes I act like a
I don't think you need to worry that much about who I am.
No. I mean, I'm trying to have a real, genuine conversation right now because the brand. I don't like the picture thing. Okay, that's fine. Okay, you're right. I never denied it, right? Did I ever lie about it? No,
you didn't.
Okay, so but the brand new thing, actually, that bothers me more because I don't know what's brand new. All I'm doing is coming on here talking about politics, and I've done that.
Yeah, I think you're really inconsistent in your politics. I think 1 minute you're Mr. Blexit, and you're essentially a right-wing reactionary who's been part of the really some really grotesque movements that have caused a lot of damage. And then other times you're someone who was mistreated, who left certain circles because that you weren't treated that well. But you're still kind of running the exact same play that you were before, and I find that inconsistency to be really disingenuous. I find it to not be honest or consistent. I think that there's times where you act a certain way, where you expect a certain amount of grace while not offering that. I think that there's lots of times where, like I said before, you act differently in different rooms. But, you know, you don't have to worry that much about what I think.
No, that's fair. I mean, that's a fair call out. Look. If you what you're saying is you think that I'm not consistent in the way that maybe I go with my politics, sometimes I might sound different. Okay, that's a fair call. I'll accept that. But regards to my circle is still there. That's what I'm saying. Like everybody, I still got my ex followers. I still got people from the Mats to the Rickies. I still people still follow me. People are still good with me. I still talk to Krishanda. I still talk to everybody for the most part, 99% of the people. So I mean,
okay.
I mean, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
I'm not keeping
man.
tabs on your network, dude. Like,
I'm saying my
it's not
network
that
is
important
cool.
to me.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. My network is cool. Yeah, like, the truth is, do I regret? Hell to the fucking yeah, I regret. I regret it. But can I still live off the past? No, I gotta move on. I accepted it. Me and my wife talked about it, and we're good, right? So with that being said, I gotta move on from that. But if you're trying to do that and bring it up, on the fact that you're trying to embarrass me in front of the people, I think that's kind of shady.
Okay.
I think it's kind of shady, and it's uncalled for, in my opinion. We're just talking
I think
politics.
we disagree on the uncalled for part.
I mean, look,
and to be fair, you're also creating a scenario where you're leaving out an awful lot of experience that I've had with you directly, in different ways. Different ways.
Between you and Aaron, the other Aaron, which is
I'm not Aaron.
Dark. I know, but between you and Dark, and
you guys have your own thing, something with
I've
the
been
bed.
nice to look.
I don't know.
You and I never got in arguments. What? You and I never called each other names until I came back. Now you call me.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Come on now. The only person.
I don't know about that.
You and I never had this many like problems until recently. And I just don't get it, bro. I just don't get like what your main issue. I mean, you don't like my politics, but you didn't like my politics then.
Yeah, I didn't like your politics before, but I think the thing that I don't like since you've been back is that there's there was like a pretend conversion moment, or like let me get in here and act like one way, and then I just don't believe it. I just don't believe it. I think that there's like a softening of a stance when you first got on here that endeared you to certain people, ingratiated you to certain people, that I think was false. I think it was hollow. I think it was an act.
Fair enough. And we can move on.
I don't appreciate that, right? And I am like very consistent in my politics. Like I've been very much the same person for 4 years. Like love it or hate it, whatever.
Well, Omari,
so I think that
Omari, is it okay with your vintage?
No.
Omari?
Yeah, I don't
this
want
was
to
a
get
back
about
and
this.
forth. This was
Yeah,
a back
but
and
I just
forth.
wanted to know what you're on. I really don't understand what the beef you and I had, since we never had like we just argued about politics. It's like GOAT, right? Me and GOAT, we don't have beef.
Don't bring up my
Okay,
GOAT
sorry.
name.
Or I mean Duggar, right? Me and Duggar, like
that's ancient news. Okay.
that's what I'm saying. Like we just argue politics, but it seems like now it's with some people it's personal. We never had that personal back and forth. But hey, look, I think the topic is not about Omari. The topic is not about you. And so, First Lady, I'll give you back your room. I just wanted to just find out, what I did, this man, and so that we can figure that shit out.
All right, it sounds good to me. Yeah, so we put that to bed. However, I don't know if we'll ever know whether it was a Tootsie Roll or BDE. Getting to the poll at the top. I cut myself up. Okay. Should the Dems vote the government on the next vote? Go ahead, cast your vote now. We appreciate you being here. Is Lisa opening? What's going on? It's 9 o'clock. Hello?
Hey, Omari, send her a picture of a Tootsie Roll.
No, I don't want.
It's all good, man. I feel
This is the reason why you're not in my family, Aleph. You don't know how to stay on no kind of code. You're just out there. You're just crazy. No. Hush. Leave it alone. All right. What's next?
Did you hear some of the numbers that an architect put behind the ballroom project?
No, what's the numbers?
There's an architect that just said, like, based on the information that's been released, he doesn't think it's for real, right? Like, there's a $300 million budget to build out a 90,000 square foot space, which would put, like, the cost per square foot roughly at, like, 3,300-ish, right? And that's insane. Like, $1,000 a square foot is insane. 3,300 is beyond insane. And then they did the numbers and they said, cool, listen, they're asking for 999 people to be able to fit in this ballroom. And like comfortably, you could do a ballroom with like 10 square feet per person, but let's say they do 15 and allocate 10,000 square feet for like, support facilities and stuff. That still only gets you to like 45,000 square feet. There's still another 45,000 square feet that he's saying is gonna exist that doesn't exist, right? And then when you look at the renderings that he's done, none of the outside renderings match what he's showing from the inside. So there's actually no plans, right? And I'll end with this, is that I think when the original East Wing was built, there was some serious hardcore secret shit that was built underneath it to protect the president under certain, conditions. And so when I first heard it, I was like, oh, that's crazy. But then the details, the fact that it was done, the construction started exactly during the government shutdown, the fact that it's entirely privately funded, so you can't get requests for information on it because it's entirely funded by private investors and donations, and so I wonder, and this is my question: do you guys think that the fact that it's $3,300 per square foot is related to new infrastructure, because they built the old East Wing 80 years ago? So do you think that this is actually just a cover to build a massive, like, new underground facility underneath the White House? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they did some crazy stuff. But I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what they're doing with the East Wing. I don't know. But, maybe they just doing a whole new little situation because too many people knew what was going on in the East Wing. Now you really won't know what's going on over there other than when you come. I'm going to the ballroom, okay? I'm going to shake a tail feather. Everybody was ballroom dancing. I'm going to be there. Thank you. I appreciate it. Please buy my ticket. I need y'all to sponsor my ticket. Huh? 2028?
I hope it's not. Yeah, I hope it's not for the 2028 inauguration party.
Do you think it'll be complete by, what's the date they're supposed to complete this by? Anybody know? Is there a date of completion?
Submitted any plans. Like, he just went and demolished it because the government shut down. So all the were supposed to approve it and go through it, and none of them have received anything. They just tore they just tore it.
That ain't funny. The people are mad about this.
Surprisingly, that more people are mad about it, right? Like, I know that an order went out for the Fed, which is the building that's the east of the East Wing that kind of overlooks it, and they were given orders not to report or take pictures at all on what was going on. But the satellite images show, wow, he said nothing was going to be touched, it wasn't going to be connected, and then the first picture showed a wall go down, and then next thing you know, like, whole East Wing ain't there anymore. And I'm surprised more people aren't mad.
I mean, what you gonna do? You get mad, but you can get mad, but you better kiss somebody's ass and get glad. Cause what you gonna do? I mean, like, what can you do at this point? There's nothing that you can do but get mad and get your pressure all up. Like, what's mad gonna do?
Maybe that's the answer to the question up above, right? Is that, the Dems, I think they're fighting the good fight. They're trying to stop something that's going to impact so many Americans when it comes to the cost of healthcare. But you kind of think like, hey, why don't you just let them light themselves on fire? Let them go ahead, do it.
light up the government and just point the finger and say, hey guys, there's only one person to blame for your healthcare costs, and that's the big beautiful bill in the Republic.
Yeah, I think the politics will go respectfully. I think the politics will go differently then.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's a certain side of this where the presidency has consequences, right? Like what all these people are doing right now, they will be held to account to a certain extent, and like I think Democrats will definitely do that, obviously, right? I mean, that's what you do when you're out of power. But I think that there's also, that doesn't mean that you do it passively. You need to point out what's going on and build the narratives and win the politics and show that you're going to be better. You don't just sort of sit back and wait for them to face plant and say, look, and then get elected. It doesn't work that way.
This is a useful lesson to all the leftists who stayed home and didn't vote for Kamala, right? I was in this room where the leftist community said out of support for Gaza, they're not voting for Kamala. Well, those leftists who refuse to vote for Kamala, that's the reason Trump is in the White House.
Yeah, that's not true.
Why do you want war every day? Damn. You just want to war with the people every day. Every day. You're just looking for a fight.
It does. It's true.
I think Schumer said during the last budget that passed before they shut down, and one of the reasons he said why the Dems got behind it was because they were really concerned that what Trump ultimately wanted was the shutdown, and they were concerned that he was fine with being shut down and he wasn't going to open it up again, and that's why they ultimately went along with it. Like obviously they've changed mindset this time, but Trump doesn't seem too concerned. I think he's got him and his team have a whole list of things that they can do with the government shutdown, and I think that's why they're taking advantage of it.
Yeah, but the challenge right now is who's responsible, right? Who has to answer for what? And before, sort of no one was really answering for it. Now there's pressure. There are people that are going to be held responsible because there's people who are going to hold them responsible because they're feeling pain. And, you know, the argument the first go around was, well, imagine all the horrible things he'll do. And then he went and did them anyway. So all they really achieved was giving Trump more power to do it faster. Because he doesn't care about the law. He doesn't care when he's told by courts not to do a thing. He doesn't care about norms. He doesn't care about people. Clearly, he's not restrained by that at all. Like he's screwing people over left, right, and center. So the question is really an accountability question and a power question. So how do you check Trump's power and how do you hold him accountable? And the only way to check his power right now, like the first thing that has to happen, is organized resistance. And the Democratic Party needs to be at the fore of that. And they need to expose all the things that the Republicans are doing so that the American people can decide if they like them or not. And as it turns out, they like them less and less. And that's particularly true in certain demographics. Like there was just a poll, I'll pull this up in a second, of I think they described it as Hispanic men. This came out, I read it on Politico, I forget where it was, but, or what the pollster was. But like he's hemorrhaging support in all kinds of key demographics, and you have to have accountability. You can't just roll over and let it happen.
I actually agree with that, and I think that maybe the place where I'm a bit more pessimistic is that I think the Democrats understand that making Americans feel the most pain from Republican policy is their best strategy coming up to the midterms, right? And so maybe, and to your point, Your Honor, I think like maybe that's why, you know, like they understand that the healthcare increase in costs are going to be painful, but to your point, maybe the shutdown and the impact of that as paychecks run out and food banks, you know, federal workers go to food banks, maybe they understand that is going to hurt or force Americans to feel the pain of bad Republican policy, and I think that the latest polls show that still, I think between 60 or 70% of Americans blame Republicans for the current shutdown. So yeah, maybe yeah.
Yeah, and just the Hispanic adult poll, I just found it. It looks like it's from Associated Press and the NORC Center for Public Affairs. So almost 1,300 Hispanic adults. It found that 25% approval for the president, down from 44% when he was taking office. And they also say that 73% of them say the country's going in the wrong direction. So like the now for people who don't like what Trump is doing should be to create organized resistance, right? To actually do something that prevents him from executing his, his missions across the board, right? It's ICE, whether it's him grifting off the government, to try to find ways that expose him and prevent him from doing what he's trying to do. Like, that has to be the goal. But you need people first to have enough awareness to go and do something about it.
A question for the stage, like, leading up into the midterms, if you're in the Republicans' shoes and you see the trends, I would expect over the next, 6 to 8 months, a massive effort to win votes. And I don't know where that's going to come from. I'm curious to know your guys' thoughts. Like, how are they going to win support in the midterms? And I know he has all the strings and he'll pull all the levers, but like, I just don't know how the Republicans do that to not lose power in the midterm.
So a very interesting, maybe tangential report that came out recently is a lot of the federal employees from all the different departments have actually been starting to come together, and they're piecing together from their respective things that they know. They're piecing it together to start to formulate what the picture is and what they're actually doing. Because part of this has been, it's like, what are they actually doing to try to, as an end game? And it's been very clouded and opaque. But by potentially, like, at least looking at the trails of what people have been experiencing within their respective departments, they're starting to really get a good picture of at least potentially where the trajectory of where they're trying to take.
That's all true, but I don't think swing voters have sympathy for federal employees. If you want to win the election, you have to have a better pitch than Trump is hurting federal vote.
No, so in this instance, in order to begin to formulate a strategy for how to change things, you first have to know what your opponent's doing. Like, it's much harder to create a strategy that will be winning if you don't necessarily know where they're heading, which has been part of the, what Steve Bannon says, just throw a million things at them. And it makes it that much harder to figure out, like, which one is the actual priority that they're paying the most attention to.
Well, I think we'll find out in the midterms that you're mistaken and that actually the swing voters are still angry at the Democratic Party on the same issues. So if the Democratic Party wants to win the midterms, it has to change the issues that the voters hate.
Like, if we look at what Trump was voted in on in the last elections, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it was mostly like inflation, illegal immigration, and maybe his ability to stop, the wars on the first day. And I think of those three, the only one that he's maybe checked the box on, you could argue, was immigration. And so when the government opens up again and starts producing the numbers around jobs and the economy and inflation caused by his tariffs, I think that swing vote speed in the midterms, and that was kind of the basis of my question. It's like, when you see the jobs and the economy and the inflation, those swing votes are going to go against Trump because he just didn't deliver.
Well, I respect very much what you're saying, but I just posted a link that I think respectfully disagrees with you, so I'll be succinct. What this link shows is that the swing voters, the families that always voted Democrat, who decided to vote Republican for the first time in this election, they had two reasons why they hate the Democratic Party. One issue is the trans issue, and the other is the illegal immigration. Now, if you read this link, I think there's proof the Democratic Party totally shit the bed on both of those issues. And my prediction is in the midterms, the Democratic Party will shit the bed again and lose again. And if you talk to swing voters, they're happy that Trump is addressing the trans issue, and they're happy that he is deporting illegals. Now, you may be unhappy. It may offend your moral sensibilities, but the swing voters just don't agree with you, Jeremy. They have different morals, they have different values.
I just like, hold on. A message from the management. Hold on 1 second. Speedy has consumed his allotment of 3 predictions, so there will be no more predictions for the rest of the night. Thank you. Please proceed.
Speedy,
That's a fact. No more predictions for the night. We don't need any prediction.
there is no trans issue. They what $200 million on creating an issue that doesn't really exist. So saying that the Dems failed, it's like there was no issue. The GOP made it up. So that's the heart of it. Like they made it an issue that it's like, hey, be worried about this thing that probably happens like 0.01% of the.
Sorry, my dogs are freaking out. Sorry, I give me a second. Sorry, the trannies have got them all worked out. But here's the thing: the 3 things that you posted about, Speedy, are inflation, legit, the illegal immigration, legit, and called the high end. Trans people reading stories to kids in libraries in Florida, right? And so 2 out of those 3 things are not like the other, you know what I mean? So like the trans thing, and this is where I'll agree, right, is that the Democrats fell for the trick. Every single response to like a Democratic being asked like, hey, should drag queens be able to read stories to kids in libraries? Every single response should have been, that's a stupid cost to healthcare. But instead they were like, no, absolutely they should be. So they fell for that, right? But that's not the 1% that matters. It's the billionaires, and those first 2 things are important, and Trump has failed on inflation. Period.
Bunch of Google about.
Agree that inflation is worse now than when Trump took office?
Loser.
3%.
Hi, I have a hot take whenever you guys are ready.
I'd like to hear your hot take, Alicia.
God bless. Okay, well, as we see, I don't know if you guys are familiar with what happened on January 6th, 2021, but there was an insurrection. I don't think that any of this shit is going to fucking matter, respectfully. Because America has shown that it does not give a fuck. Poor, rich, they're sucking Trump's dick. Okay? And it's tragic, but this is what it is. And we've been stuck here, and we're going to continue to be stuck here because this is what America chose. And there's all the things about Elon Musk stealing the election, whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop. But frankly, even if that did happen, then we're extra fucked because it's not like the midterms are going to be fair. So you heard it here first. We are doomed. We finna stay doomed. And yeah, that's all. God bless.
Oh no. You were going with some hope, not we're doomed.
Yeah, I agree with that speaker.
As long as Donald Trump's running things.
Yeah. I agree as well. I think the issue is that people have been fooled into thinking it's left or right, and in many ways it is. But I think in a more important way, it's rich versus poor. When you look at the economy, the reason why it hasn't been impacted so much recently is because the rich people, their buying power is so big now, and they don't care about inflation in the economy, that the impact of the economy is less because poor people just don't buy enough to impact the economy anymore.
Yeah, did you see the stock buybacks that recently just happened because of the what the fuck? Because of whatever the tax cuts or whatever the rebates that all those companies just got?
1,000%. Those are supposed to go towards jobs and creating infrastructure and building out new manufacturing, and they got the money, and then they put it into buying back the stock to raise the stock price so that their shareholders would become, have a couple more $1 million in their bank account. 100%.
And what percentage of people in the United States own stock? Do we know? I know somebody knows. I know it's not a large percentage, though.
It's a large percentage because everyone's retirement funds are in regular stocks. So it's almost everybody.
No, it's not almost everybody.
Yeah, that's not true at all.
It's about half, and about 90% of the stock holdings are owned by the top 10%.
Right. So anyway, yeah, and I don't know if you've heard the news, but retirement is a farce, and if you don't have generational wealth, you're likely not getting it or a break ever. So I hate to say it. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, the Debbie Downer, but white people whited. They're going to continue to white, and everybody else is fucked. And the poor whites, unfortunately, they're not really white either. Their whiteness is considered wasted because they're poor. And, they've been cast aside. So the poor whites and everybody who's not white is doomed. The Indians and the Asians, they may attempt to, what's it called? Not infiltrate, assimilate into whiteness, but, that, we'll see how that unfolds in the next 100 to 150 years. But as of now, the U.S. isn't looking good.
I vote like hell to get this man up out, man. He gets out of office, y'all better vote, because we can't have any of this Republican stuff again. This is crazy. I mean, it's like a kangaroo country. We got, folks arguing about who can play at the Super Bowl and all this, and ICE wants to show up. It's a lot, right? This is unprecedented. I ain't never heard of ICE say, hey, let's go to the Super Bowl and whatever. This is just so stupid. It's like, and then we got a president that's up in the NFL's business. It's just a lot going on. We have other things to be worried about instead. He'd rather worry about the damn NFL. Oh my God.
Because Puerto Rico is not America, okay? I don't know if y'all know, but they have been the bastard child for quite some time. They don't have voting rights. They don't get Social Security. Like, y'all, come on. Can you look at the tea leaves? Like, have we been living in the same place? And y'all have lived a lot longer than me. So I don't know why you don't know this.
Do they not get Social Security? I didn't know that.
Oh, no. And if you retire, so let's say you're a federal worker, and then you decide to retire in Puerto Rico, they will sue your ass and make you pay that money back. Even if you earned the Social Security working in the contiguous United States. Yes, there was a huge lawsuit about it. Very tragic. Very tragic.
That's crazy. I'm literally today years old. So I like that.
They do get some social benefits because there was that time when Trump threw the paper towel at them, and let's be honest, that's a federal benefit. But here's the point I want to make, is that the Republicans and the Democrats in the Congress and Senate pass an unbalanced budget, which is a tax on poor Americans multiple times every single year. Doesn't matter who's in power. And most of them are multimillionaires, and they make, on average, I think about $140,000 a year, right? So this is the point I'm trying to make, is if you think it's a left or right thing, Ash, and when you say, no more Republicans, like, they're both screwing you. It's just one's maybe screwing you a little bit more. You know what I mean?
See, I think that as a white person, you can really say that with your full chest and believe it. But frankly, only one party is advocating to remove my civil rights. Only one party is advocating to undermine the Voting Rights Act. Only one party is trying to get rid of the 14th Amendment. So while, in terms of being, maybe corporately corrupt, they might be equivalent, in terms of racial politics, there is a stark contrast. And that cannot be overstated. Oh, and don't forget about abortion.
I disagree. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Kalisha, I agree with those points. I think that that's where the nuance is, that there is still like social issues that one side is fighting for more than the other. But where I get disheartened is when I see both sides come together, both sides who are multimillionaires, despite the fact that they, don't make enough money to really have that much wealth, and they agree to pass unbalanced budgets that are a tax on every poor American that earns USD and saves in USD. So I think that so I agree with you, but they're not innocent if they're doing that. Someone said, and I'll pass it to you, Concrete. Someone once said, like, hey, you want to solve unbalanced budget? Every single politician that votes for an unbalanced budget cannot run for re-election. Bam. You solve the U.S. debt in a second.
Concrete, I think you were about to tell me about, and it's ridiculous, but like, I do think that marginal, that token advocacy, we gotta take what we can get at this point. Shit. What, Concrete?
Yeah. Is she robot or is it me?
It's you, Concrete.
Hello, Kalisha. How you doing, my biracial queen? I hope all is well.
God bless.
And don't take this BTS personally. It's it's what I got to do. Anyway, it hurts me more than it hurts you. Anyway, I think you're overly focused on the surface level, theater, and underneath the hood, they have all sold us, to corporate America, and there's no need for that. Everything else is just who gets to like sleep on the floor or sleep on the bunk, but we're all prisoners and they are our correction officers. Thank you. Have a nice day.
So I was just like, I just had a thought, like, I just asked ChatGPT, like, in human history, when a majority group blames minorities for something, have they ever been right throughout history? And it was just straight up like almost never. And the only times where the majority blames a minority and they're right is when the large population blames the rich people. That's the only time a majority scapegoating a minority is correct. Like, almost all other instances have been just wrong.
Sorry, I didn't understand that.
Like what part?
I didn't understand what you were trying to say.
As in, so Republicans right now, like, not just the party, but its demographic, it's very rooted in blaming a minority group for a lot of
Joe, everybody else understood what you said. It was very clear. It was very concise. We appreciated it. Concrete is just, his brain's made of concrete, so it's never going to get through. Don't waste your breath. God bless.
Damn, Kalisha, you ain't got to turn up that quick, bro. Let it simmer a little bit. Goodness gracious. And I understand what you're saying, Joe. But again, it seems like getting caught up in the political theater. If you look under the hood, yeah, we're all getting screwed. Thank you. Have a nice day.
But, there is still hope because, there are things we can tear down, like the police. So, just because we can't address Donald Trump does not mean that there are not local injustices that deserve to be addressed. God bless.
It's feel about that. Now maybe I'm just a victim of leftist lib media, but when I see images of and I gotta just be honest again, maybe it's just the slant of the propaganda, but when I see predominantly like black kids and black men, young black men getting arrested from running away from ICE, who are clearly not, like, whatever. Like, Is that concerning? I mean, I know they get let go a lot of the time after they've been.
It's not, because did you know that Black people are indigenous to the land, and we are the real Indians? So it's not concerning because we are indigenous, and there's nowhere to deport us to. It's not going to impact us. God bless.
Jeremy, you ever watch those, really good heist movies where there's this group that, they're surrounded at this table, they're going over the plan, and they're like, we need a diversionary tactic. And they're like, yeah, because in order for us to be able to do all of the intricate things that we need to do in the time that we need to do it, we need the people who would thwart our efforts to be distracted and occupied with something else. And unfortunately, that's what we're all engaging in when we look at ICE, when we look at all of the other stuff that, consumes our airwaves and the media that we're consuming. So it's unfortunate. And you know what? So crazy? The Dems at the highest level, they understand this. And they aren't telling us this. They aren't saying ignore all of these social issues that are used to get your blood boiling and grind your gears and to steal your focus. That's the problem. They know what's going on. They understand it. And we're falling for it every day.
Yeah, I absolutely disagree. We are officially in about 1934 Germany, okay? The Gestapo has officially, become very, very prevalent within our communities. We are being socialized to accept a strong military presence and the ostracization of certain groups so that we can round them up in order to obtain more free labor in this capitalist society. If you ugly, if you poor, if you Blackistanian, or any other type of minority, day is coming for you. Maybe not today, but 100% tomorrow. And while they're doing this, they're championing, extremely divisive politics in order to ensure that marginalized groups do not unite against what's happening. It's very, very strategic. But also, this is the playbook that was laid out in Project 2025. Unfortunately, not only are our reading abilities in this country decreasing, so is our brain capacity. And because of that, we stepped into this shit, and it turned out to be a fucking sinkhole of shit. So we're sinking in shit.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
Analysis.
Can I try, and I hate to try and be a devil's advocate, Kalisha, because I agree with almost everything you're saying, but I do hear concrete, right? Imagine an Obama administration when he had control of like majority of everything. Imagine him going full Trump on his principles, on his beliefs, on this brilliant man who was an expert in American history and like, y'all know what I mean? Like, imagine if she went full Trump and leveraged every single ounce of the executive power that he had instead of being, respecting American traditions.
So wait, are you saying imagine if the Democrats weren't bitches? Because
Exactly. Yeah. That's it right there. You got it. She got it. You know why they're bitches?
Yes.
Because they have chains around their arm, their hand, their wrists, and their ankles. They have chains, and those chains are corporate dollars, corporate assassins. Yeah, we're all fucked. Thank you. Have a nice day.
But that doesn't mean stop resisting. Like,
yes, it does. Your representatives have resisted.
Just because everybody else has stopped resisting, it doesn't mean I'm going to stop resisting. You know, there were Germans that did resist throughout. They may have been beheaded. They may have been killed. But you know what? Y'all going to have to kill me before I am quiet about this shit.
You know what?
The Dems weren't bitches. The Dems just said, you know what? We're not going to burn the country down just to have our way. Right? Like, let's be clear. That's what they're doing. The GOP is burning this country down just so they could win. Like that, if that's what we have to do to win, then what's the point of actually being in this country if the fucking guy to burn it down? That doesn't make any sense. I'm not saying that they should just be passive. I'm not saying that they definitely need to step it up, but these guys are burning this place down like hook, line, and sinker.
And they're so sophisticated. Well, let me just say this real quick. They're so sophisticated that even when we're in our meetings and we're trying to get everybody energized, they can have plants that quell that enthusiasm. And we're back to square one. Thank you. Have a nice day.
And Arthur, here's where, again, I know this is not a popular belief, but when I put forward that it's not a left or right thing, right? Like both parties has handed America's democracy to the military-industrial complex and to the wealthy, right? Like Citizens United started on the Democratic side of the spectrum and then was polluted on the Republican side. And all I'm trying to say is that when I agree there, like Kalisha was saying, there are some social justice points that obviously the Dems are champion that are super important. But at the end of the day, the things that led to Vietnam and so many unjust wars, and ultimately, Elon Musk spending $350 million to buy the election over the last 30 days of the last election, like that's the fucking problem, and both sides have contributed to that problem.
Oh, for sure, and there's definitely a lack of desire for change that got us to this point. Like, we can't deny that we are also here because this is what people chose. And frankly, the Democrats are comfortable with us being here in this position. Like, there's no denying it.
Well, I just like to look at the poll here. Go ahead, Jeremy. Can I say something?
No, that was me.
Oh, go ahead, Concord.
Wait, why does the poll, it went back?
What you mean?
Oh, weird. It was showing 8 votes, now it's showing 9. Okay.
Paige, we're getting screwed on both sides. Thank you for admitting it.
I mean, poll here is just eye-opening to me to show how far apart we are and, how we think. Look at this. We got, all right, should the Dems vote to open the government on the next vote? Absolutely. It's a must, 22%. No, let it burn. Says 32%.
God bless.
Oh my God, why do you want it to burn? And
we are already burning. This is a full committee
one second. Okay, hold your horses. And then the other one says only if the Republicans pass the subsidies. Okay, 29% says that. And then the other people just say, I'm just here. I'm just here at this point because this is crazy.
My name is Bennett, and I'm not in it.
But go ahead, Concrete. You was gonna say something else or no?
No, I'm good. I think
I am so torn on this, and I'm so fucking opinionated. I don't know why I'm so torn. But when I look at the outcomes out of each of these, right? Absolutely, it's a must. For me, the outcome of okay, they vote to open it up, and then a whole bunch of Americans from all the states get like a 300x increase in their health insurance costs, right? Okay, the midterms, great, do that. Go to the next one. No, let it burn, right? And so many Americans are going to suffer, have to line up in food banks because they're air traffic controllers or work for the government. Okay, that's also good for the midterms for the Dems, right? Only if the Republicans pass subsidies. They hold by their principles and say, no, it's not about politics. It's about really making sure that Americans don't face 300x, and I don't care. Not going to happen, I don't think. And I'm just here, and I'm going to vote that because I'm Canadian, and I'm worried about y'all.
Listen, everything's going to be fine, man. We'll be all right. economy's gonna crash. Some people are gonna be, it's gonna be painful, but we'll survive.
I mean, some will, some won't, Concrete. Let's just be honest. Because
let's be honest. Firstly,
yeah,
did your ancestors survive slavery? Because mine did. You know,
I guess, yeah.
And the Holocaust. So you know what? I'm made of stronger stuff than this white Cheeto motherfucker.
My.
Clearly, your legs don't stick in mine, but that's a completely different.
Okay, Jeremy. Okay.
I'm sorry. My
Calm
bad.
your atheism down. Calm your atheism. Put it away. So, all right, Kalisha. Now you said let it burn. Now, to me, let it burn means that come November the 10th, when some of these people aren't receiving their SSI checks, when some people aren't receiving food stamps, on top of facing these, insurance premiums in the mail that have gone up 250%. What's going to happen? Look like they let it burn.
Look, if we reopen and those subsidies aren't passed, they're fucked anyway. So we might as well stay closed. That's how I feel. Like, fuck it. It's not, shit is not about to get better. It's not. So, donate to your local food bank if you can. If not, get in line. Bye.
Good God Almighty.
Standing in my line, I mean, look, this is really bad. This is not happened to where food stamps have, not that I know of, where food stamps stopped during the last government shutdown. I don't remember folks coming on the news saying they're going to lose their government food stamps and stuff. It's concerning, you know what I mean? And we've had to turn people away and stuff, and it's really sad, but we've helped this many people before, except for during the pandemic and a couple other times, but now the need seems to surpass even the pandemic. It's really bad, y'all. And if you're down there on the ground and you're seeing people that have never come to receive help, it was people that have never, ever thought they would ever need any kind of food assistance. So now on top of people who won't get food stamps, I know that we'll be turning people away, and I just pray for those folks, man, because a lot of food banks are going to be turning folks away this holiday season. Thanksgiving coming up, they ran out of turkeys last year, and so I just pray for folks, man. It's really bad.
I love it, and bless you for working there and doing that stuff. And I think that touches on something, right? Like, it's one thing when the poor and the needy need to go to food banks, right? But when skilled professionals who are working 40, 50 hours a week as traffic controllers or all the important federal jobs that the federal employees work, and they're working without pay 40 hours a week. They're still going to work every day, but they got to buy gas. They got to feed their kids. And their option is, do I have savings? Do I have a credit card? Or do I have to go to the food bank? And so I think it's fascinating what you're saying, Ashton, because I imagine there's a lot of skilled, educated professionals who just happen to have the government as their employer, who are now lining up for hours to get food to feed their families.
Kinds of people in that line, and that's the thing. People, I get the politics and all that, man, but like the lady said in the line, I'm hungry. I don't, so hunger does not care if you Democrat or Republican or whatever. It meets you where it does, and for some people, they want our help immediately, and there are times that when we're on break or closed, we can't help everybody. Sometimes we've seen notes left, hey, can you help us, so and so forth. So it's a big deal right now, and even with utility assistance, community partners and others have stepped up through endowments and things like that. Endowments are very powerful because churches and Other even private businesses have said they wanted to donate. One, they said for them it's a tax write-off, obviously, but then they get to feed a lot of people, and we want to be able to feed 5 to 10,000 people. We get a larger center, 110,000 square foot center. We're on it. Then we'll have the capacity to do that. But right now, we're very limited. We're 3,000 some people was capacity because we can't have everybody just crammed in there. So right now, that's where we're at, and when we reach that balloon, we have to turn people away. But I just pray that a lot of things can go our way so that we can help a lot more people. Can you imagine us helping 10,000 people or more a week or something like that? Can y'all imagine that? That'd be great. And I think we can do it when we have this in place. Says there's no holiday breaks for hunger, no breaks for the weary, stuff like that. I mean, seriously, hunger does not take a break. It does not care what zip code you live in. There are people who live in Allen, Texas, an affluent neighborhood, and they come to find out some of the people even in that neighborhood didn't have proper food to eat and clothes to wear. So even some of your most affluent people may not have enough to eat. That's concerning too.
First Lady Nash, I heard someone the other day coming in here, I think it was Trent, and he was saying like, hey, we should be really super stoked about bringing like $32,000 a year manufacturing jobs back to America, right? And the ask was like, hey, shouldn't every American celebrate that? And I thought about it and was like, well, if you make $32,000 a year, you're effectively, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, living in poverty in America. No savings, paycheck to paycheck, any unexpected health or education costs like crippling. And so my answer was like, no, why would you want Americans to have jobs that only pay $32,000 a year? Like that's confusing to me. Like I didn't understand why Trump, when he takes office with historically some of the lowest unemployment in American history, and then he crashes the economy, introduces the biggest tax increase with tariffs in modern American history, and unemployment crashes and inflation rises. Like, why do that just to bring shitty jobs back to America? And maybe I'm preaching to the.
Yeah, you are. But my question would be, listen, why aren't the jobs already starting? Like, where's the factories? Why aren't they building the factories already? Simple. That's my question right there. But also, wait a minute, I have another question for you, Jamie. Is it true that Canada went on and made the deal with China or something? Did I hear that right?
We're moving in that direction. It hasn't been announced yet, but we just opened up a line from our oil in Alberta to Vancouver, which enables us to sell everywhere. Before we didn't do it because we just sold it all to you guys. It's super cheap. That's why 60% of your refining facilities are made to process our oil, not Saudis. But I'll answer really succinctly. What happened, first, is that we shat on China because of the Uyghur stuff, 5 or 10 years ago, and they stopped buying our soya bean and really bought almost all of your soya bean instead. And then now they're not buying your soya bean anymore, and your soya farmers are pissed. And we, before us and you in Mexico, we were like, hey, 100% tariffs on Chinese cars. Let's protect our car industry. And now that our car factories are shutting down because of the tariffs, we're saying, hey, why should we side with America? We're just going to go and say, hey, China, we'll sell you our soya bean and we'll let your Chinese cars into our country, and why don't you lease this factory that just shut down because of American tariffs? So that's where things are going, I think.
Gonna find itself hopefully not alone on the global stage. I really hope after Donald Trump leaves office that America can seriously redo. I don't know if you want to say that, just start over in so many ways, because so many people are going to be hurting because this man is all about him. He's not about the country. And you folks over in Canada, I hope you guys understand that Donald Trump is not a monolithic of the people. He's not, there are people who literally hate the policies and what's going on, for real. You know what I mean? We want relationships with our allies, and we want to work with people in global trade and all that. This kind of stuff is really unprecedented, and heavy tariffs levied against countries like India and, and Singapore. My gosh, I said a beautiful place like that. Why are they terror? I'm still not understanding what happened. Why are we here, and why all of a sudden no one can stand up against Donald Trump when it comes to an unlawful tax? That's what I think a tariff is. I don't know. We're just gonna call it tariff because that's what it is, but it's just like a big old tax. Who wants to pay that? No one. So folks can speak out about it, but I don't know if much can be done about him levying these tariffs, and what other countries or anything. Can other countries do anything about it? Can they, I don't know, tariff back? What can they do if they're getting these levied upon them? In Singapore.
The versus is over? Oh my God, I missed it. Oh.
It's still on the replays on Instagram if anybody wants to see it. It's actually pretty good. We are old. They old and we old. That's all.
No, they old. Sis, I am young.
Okay, yeah, they're a little extra old, but it was good to see.
87 is young. Whoa, thanks.
Ooh, 87. Hush.
I'm 87, but the thing is, I'm young at heart, and I will never grow old. Do you understand?
I don't blame them.
But all right, so look, we up at 40 now. 40 people have voted. Thank you for casting your vote. Seems as though absolutely it's a must is at 20%. And then we have no, let it burn. Ooh, let it burn, 28%. And then we have only if the Repubs pass the subsidies. 35% people have voted for that. And then we have, you know what? I'm just here. I'm here for the conversation. I'm here to decide. I don't know which way to go. I don't know what to vote for. And I'm one of those people because I said at the beginning of this month, I thought that it was going to be back open by the middle of October because I was listening and I heard Trump. He told me that they got a deal going on and they're going to probably get this thing done. So I was like, okay, you know what? I'll give them until the middle of October. That didn't happen. And then I started hearing the pushback and I was like, oh, no, this is serious. Like, this is real serious. So I was like, okay, maybe at the end of the month. Child, I don't see nothing in sight. I really and truly don't. I don't see how it's going to happen. And y'all not having a real discussion about what happens when people don't have food to eat. Perhaps maybe we'll get the USAID food. Maybe that's the reason why they cut off funding over there, because that's what they're going to feed the American people. And I guess we'll eat peanut butter from a pack or something. I don't know. But yeah, it's going to get crazy. And then you really want to see the National Guards, they're going to be there. So I'm hoping none of this happens, but that's how I'm seeing it play out because no money, no food. And then how many people we talking about? 42 million people?
Did you just say that they diverted USAID food to the poor nations in Africa so that they could feed the poor, hungry? I don't mean to laugh. I am so sorry. I didn't mean to laugh, but to feed the poor, hungry Americans.
I mean, it's just a thought. I was just saying, they cut the funding off. Didn't they cut the funding? Y'all here? What's going on? I'm just saying, I don't know. Reformed, are you there? There's a person that has been on stage all day long and sitting amongst us and hasn't said a word. And nobody has said anything. Now, the thought ran through my mind and I never came back because it didn't cross my mind again until now. Who the hell is Mo?
That's a good point. Reveal yourself.
Oh, money? To the poll.
And then they got like an undeveloped picture here, an undeveloped photo. Hey Mo. Hey yo Mo. Who is Mo? Mo has 162 friends. They call himself the African Jackal. Uh-oh. That's scary. Talk less, walk lightly, strike once. Oh my word.
Can I ask you something real quick? On the topic of Mo money, Mo, hats off. I think America just lent, $30 billion to Argentina, and they're selling a lot of soybean to China. My question is kind of this: in Trump's latest term, he has increased the federal debt at a faster pace, only second to the spending during COVID, right? And most of it to strip money from the poorest Americans to give to billionaires. Is it that accelerated pace of debt and depreciation of the dollar? Do you think that that's a bigger influence on inflation in America, or do you think the tariffs are? Which do you think it plays a bigger role?
The tariffs.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I mean for inflation, stripping dollars does lead to inflation, right? Because that can lead to scarcity. But adding in the tariffs so soon, especially so high, like he didn't really give anything time to breathe. I think that contributed to inflation more. Because Cindy Stumpo made a really good point. I was asking her if there's still supply chain shortages, and she said no. Because she said we can't blame it on anything, it's just the new environment. So basically delays in shipping, delays in products, right? Like we can't blame it on COVID anymore, it's just, it is what it is, which is kind of scary, right? If this is the new normal, this is not good. So in my opinion, it was the tariffs, because imagine if they hadn't been put in place, if the farmers, he hadn't messed with their productivity and with China, and they still had an outlet, right? If he hadn't increased the cost of cars and car parts, right? If he hadn't attributed to those delays, like for the builders, things would be less expensive. That's just how it works. There are people reporting that their overseas shipments are being delayed. Small business owners, can't get their products inventories down when scarcity leads to inflation. So that's my opinion.
I had to get some stuff from overseas, and it took it over 3 weeks to get here, and that was paying for whatever the fastest version of shipping they had. I said, well, I'm not doing this anymore. This is crazy. You know what I mean? So it's like getting things in this country. That's what I'm going to have to do. It's going to cost more, but man, all those fees you got to pay to get here, you're forced to try to buy it. But the supply in this country is not. I don't know. It's just different when you're trying to find certain things. It's difficult, man, and it takes too long right now to get things, especially from China or other places overseas.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing is going to impact as well, because you're going to have less dollars, so you're going to restrict the economy. I mean, think about it. If someone was used to getting $500 a month and basing their spending on that, and then all of a sudden now they're getting, $428, then their spending is going to decline, which should means that there's an excess. So it's we might enter something icky, which is really bad, which is called stagflation, where you see. I'll just let you speak because it's not good. But I don't want to get into that.
No, please finish. I didn't realize I was off mute. I'm so sorry.
No, go ahead. I mean, I just question. But we're not really there yet. But is the dollar falling? Yes. Is that going to hurt us? Yeah. So stagflation is basically where we have high inflation and we also have high unemployment, which is not good. It's really hard to get out of because people need jobs, people need income, right? The majority of Americans are not existing on savings and investments, right? That would be great if the majority of us did, but the majority of us don't, which is why you see that the 1% own an overwhelming portion of the majority portion of wealth in this country, whatever that could look like, being a business owner, art, horses, ranches, lands, right? The elites, not the people that make $500,000 a year, because they're vulnerable too, right? Because they can get laid off. There's I think the stats were 20 or 30% of people that make over $100,000 are living paycheck to paycheck, because we're a consumer-based society. So stagflation is like what happened with Japan, and it took them years to get out of it, years. It's like nothing grows, and that's bad. I hope that doesn't happen. But what are we seeing right now? We're seeing lots and lots of layoffs, and the crazy thing is that they're government instigated, right? They're not necessary. So when you make all these cuts, it's kind of like, think about if you're in a relationship or you have a new job and you've been doing something the same way for years and it's worked, and then you implement a lot of changes within a couple of days, but then so it's disruptive. It's not been tested. We actually know that tariffs on the short term and increased tariffs against other countries actually don't work. It ends up biting us in the butt, and we know this from history. We have so many examples. Most recently, what Trump did in 2017 with China and the soybeans. So I hate to say I'm not really sure what the goal is, because nothing that we've ever looked at in terms of how the economy works or trends or any other country is indicating that this is going to be a win for the United States economy. It's already impacting the dollar. It's impacting our overseas relationships. We see that tourism is down. Other countries are realizing that they have other options rather than coming to the United States or utilizing the American dollar. And that's problematic when we have so much debt that we need these interest rates to come down, because we need that money from other countries to buy our treasuries and bonds. So when we're scaring other dollars away from the country, I'm not really sure how that's going to work out long term. We've never really done it before, to be perfectly honest. This is yeah. I'm trying to be happy. It's Friday night, Jeremy. I don't want to be all,
I'm gonna agree with you and just be like a fountain of positivity right now. So I agree 100%. Right? I think when you look at the delta between the tariffs versus just passing unbalanced budgets and printing U.S. dollars, which is also a tax. America has done that since 1971. And I remember being a kid, a teenager, going to New York for the first time and seeing that debt clock in downtown Manhattan and being like, how is this sustainable, right? And then flash forward 30 years later, and that debt clock is 3 more, new digital screens, because they needed more fucking, numbers to put up there, because and still, it's all good. America's still number one. And it was because of the manipulation of fiat and the oil dollar, the petrodollar, and the military-industrial complex. But it was still working, right, Reformed? And even though every time both sides passed an unbalanced budget, which was a tax on all Americans, it was a tiny tax, and that tax was suppressed by the power of the petrodollar and the military-industrial complex. And what's breaking now, and this is where I agree with you, is that the tariffs are a knee-jerk, immediate, massive tax on Americans that was forced onto them at a point when they had some of the lowest unemployment numbers in their history, right? And that's the messed up part. And that's where I agree with you, is that the tariffs, I think, will have a bigger negative impact on American economy than passing unbalanced budgets and printing money. So yeah, I agree with you.
No, I agree. Mm-hmm. Oh, go.
Are you talking about Union Square, or are you talking about Penn Station? There were two debt clocks.
I mean, for the people saying that like it wasn't working, yes, do we have a lot of debt? Do we carry a lot of debt? But think about it. It's like there's good debt and there's bad debt, right? There's leverage debt, but as long as you can pretty much pay it. Because think about the average person. We also utilize debt. We have credit cards, right? We get a mortgage. We're not paying cash for our vehicles. We're not paying cash for our educations, right? We get a loan for our education, right? Or you get a scholarship, or you get a mortgage for your property, or you lease your vehicle, right? Or you use a credit card. So this is the base of capitalism, right? You leverage money. Other people's money that's kind of similar, right? Because we're not using our money. We pay our money, but using other people's money means that they want it back at some point, right? So when you think about it, you'd have to go back to like capitalism being this model where we leverage in order to gain more. Because if all of us literally lived within our means, I mean, think about it, right? It would be a challenge for us to just live within our means. I mean, don't use credit cards, don't use mortgages, don't lease your vehicles. What the fuck would that look like? Right? Where would you live? I know, but that's what I'm saying, right? Like, look, I'm in my bag tonight, literally. What does that look like?
So that would, not to interrupt, but like, that would look like what this country would need to look like in 5 or 10 years. Because if one side is right and this economy keeps growing, fine, whatever. But if the other side is right that there is some kind of credit crunch and some kind of deterioration of our economy, that world that you're describing of how do I go without taking this loan, or how do I not finance, or go without the car, or go without a lot of these things, that is the world that Americans will have to deal with, like to go without.
But we can't. We even finance, going to the doctor. We finance, Americans are consumer based. 70% of what you and I spend constitutes the GDP. That would crater the economy and we would have a Great Depression. That's literally how that works, because lots of us have jobs depending on these financed and mortgaged things, right? Like, that's why it's a carefully constructed, think of it like an ecosystem where I pay you, right? I'm your employer, whether that be the government, whether that be corporate, whether that be a nonprofit, whether that be a healthcare system. I pay you, and then you in turn go out and you give a portion of that money, back to me. I've worked at wealth management firms. I had brokerage accounts. They got a portion of my money back, right? I've worked part-time at Dillard's, the retail clothing place. I bought clothes at Dillard's with my discount, but I still bought clothes at Dillard's, right? So it was like a little ecosystem. And when we have dollars, we put dollars back into the economy. I mean, that's just how that works. A lot of people substantiate their economies, and U.S. consumers, even though we have poverty, even though we have low income, right, in the United States. So there's like a price point for everybody. Are you going to pay more PR, right? So y'all see what I'm saying? But like, if you disrupt that balance, you're fucked. Which is why we have recessions, which is why it takes us a while to get out of recessions, which is why we have people that lose their homes and people that lose their jobs and people that lose their life and people that lose their businesses. Hell, we've had entire industries in this country that have almost cratered. Does anybody remember 2008, the financial system, the banking system? Remember, Bank of America stock was like $8. The manufacturers. Remember Ford and all of those? They were going to go under. AIG, Lehman Brothers, right? We lost a lot. So that's what I'm saying. Government has always been there to bail us out. But when government can't bail us out, what the fuck does that look like?
Really quickly, and again, I'm a socialist maxi capitalist, Whitney. So I think that things like education, access to health care, access to like the prison system and justice and democracy should be as separated from capitalism as possible to the greatest extent possible. But saying I don't agree. And I guess that's the thing, is that in America, I think that what's best for a wealthy nation is that if you have a really smart citizen, their access to wealth shouldn't determine their access to higher education. Same thing with healthcare. Same thing with monetizing prisons or allowing private prisons to dictate what laws determine who gets sent to jail. Right? So I'm a maxi capitalist, but I also think that you have to segregate capitalism to the greatest extent possible in certain industries like healthcare, prisons, education, and nations that do that excel. And I think that's a big problem in America, is that you guys don't do that.
Well, we're not all meant to excel in America. That's kind of the problem.
In America, if you break your leg, like the leading individual bankruptcy, cause of individual bankruptcy in America is healthcare debt, right? If you're a brilliant kid, but you don't have the wealth and you're not in the 1% to get a scholarship, you're not going to be able to afford to get access to education unless you take on massive debt. And that's not good for America. Would you agree?
It's not. Oh, I'll just say this and let other people chime in because I'm curious to hear the thoughts. There was a president who absolutely realized the point of what you just said, and he realized that medical debt was detrimental to the average American because it impacted the APR, or the amount of interest that you would pay going about your everyday life, pretty much over things that most of us don't have any control over, which is when something happens and we have to go to the hospital and get treated, right? I mean, we do have control to some extent, but sometimes accidents happen. So medical debt was actually, for the first time ever, not going to be used in calculating your credit score. It was going to, I think, not be considered for like a number of 5 years, which would absolutely help most people because all they need is the opportunity to get on a payment plan. Well, the next president who was elected actually removed that ability. The person who put that in place was Joseph Biden. The person who removed it was Donald J. Trump. Most people who support Donald J. Trump are in red states, which are the most impoverished states in the nation. And they still applaud those decisions. Look, some of them are in the chat. You can't make this shit up. When you have someone, this is what's happened in this country, it's so polarized, and I'm not really sure why, because the haves are still the haves and the have-nots are still the have-nots. Electing a particular president because of, I don't know, they look like you in this regard. I'm trying to find ways that a poor person would support the Republicans or even Donald Trump. For the life of me, I can never grasp that. You're basically fighting to give them a chance, a financial chance. And when they don't support that themselves, what exactly is supposed to happen? So that's where we are now. But
So I think that divide is coming from, like, half this country has the wrong hypothesis, right? So
I think the central issue is housing. The Republican Party its poker hand, because if you're kicking out Mexican immigrants, right, or Hispanic immigrants, that means a few things. Like, do you think they're competing against them at W-2 jobs? They're not, right? So there's no way the large number of immigrants they're kicking out is competing against them at a regular job. Not even McDonald's. That's a W-2 job. Your regular Mexican is not competing against you there. So I think the place where they saw the competition was in real estate, where it's trying to get a house, but it's crowded in that market. Or I'm trying to get an apartment, but it's difficult to get one. So I think that's where they say it's it's just too many people. So they're right now, that divide, I think it's coming from something very economic and very core, I think it's straight housing. That's because nobody's stupid. Nobody's just gonna kick out a group of people and think it's gonna improve their life economically, unless they have a hypothesis in their head, which is, I think these groups are taking our housing.
But that's not it. But that's a lie. So let me just say that.
Yeah, you can say something, but let me just add to why I'm thinking that. Because like I just said, what Mexican is competing with you at a W-2 job, man? They're not. So what the hell are they talking about?
Well, there are immigrants that compete with Americans for W-2 jobs, but it's such that the narrative does not talk about them, and I'm talking about Silicon Valley.
Those aren't illegal. They're going through a process, and they usually have work authorization.
Actually, most of the illegal immigrants in this country are here on expired visas. The same happened at one time with Elon Musk and his brother. The same happened with Melania Trump. They were here on expired visas, so yes, they were illegal.
Right, but I'm saying in terms of the job, if you go to Starbucks and you don't have a work authorization, if you're illegal, you would need to show fraudulent documents, which is illegal in itself. But yeah, in terms of the broader point, there's no way they're competing at the jobs with against these Americans. The only specific group are the H-1B ones, which I actually kind of understand. Okay, I can see how they want to throttle that. But for the vast majority of immigrants they're trying to kick out, I can only think this is the only thing I can speculate. It's got to be housing, man. People must be pressed on that.
It's not housing. And this is what I'm trying to tell you, right? First of all, there's no housing issues in Middle America, right? If you're going to talk about Texas, and honestly, not even Texas really. I mean, things are getting more expensive. It's 2025. As people start to make more income, things go up. Inflation is something that occurs naturally. It's typically been held at about 2%. And these are just my opinions, right? I haven't read any white papers in it. But you have people that are making more money. You have influencers. You have people that can get on social media, right? They don't need to make $10,000 a month. They can just make $100 a month. You've never really been able to do that in the history of the world. We have a global society, right? There's Canadians on Chatter that give rocket chats to Americans for talking in a room. There's people on TikTok that can get those little, whatever you call the little gifts that have money. That is a multi-billion-dollar industry that did not even exist 10 years ago, right? OnlyFans did not exist 10 years ago. Do you know how much OnlyFans brings in revenue?
The most revenue profit, they're the highest profitable revenue business in the world.
Exactly.
When it comes to revenue efficiency.
You got a cell phone and you got a picture of your ass. There you go. I mean, literally, right? But that's my point. You pay Wi-Fi.
Please actually for my OnlyFans link. Thank you.
Girl, you need to get on there and get you some money.
Send me instructions.
Also, I have a Canadian maple bacon account that y'all would just freak out about. But Reformed, can I just push back a little bit? No pause. Can I just you guys have the Federal Reserve, which is a non-governmental private entity. And Queen, I will mute up after this, lady, I promise. But you just in a positive way said that we as Americans have a regulated, planned 2% tax, aka inflation, planned 2% annual inflation, aka tax, that we impose on all Americans And most of them don't know that it is an annual imposed 2% tax, aka planned inflation, that both sides are super on board with. I am so triggered right now, and I'm gonna mute up, but
I mean, things go up, right? Let me take Aram. Aram has a heart of gold. Literally. He has a heart of gold.
And OnlyFans that would make everyone here blush.
Me and Aram probably thought I was the worst black pseudo-conservative he'd ever encountered. But eventually we found our way, right, to mutual respect. At least for me. I'm pretty sure I irritate the hell out of him sometimes. But if Aram has a business, he has to increase his costs, right? Things don't cost what they used to. It's not the good old days, right? So does he want to pay his employees more? Sure, because that's what I tell people. Inflation is also wage increase, right? It's also equity in your house. It's also an increase in the stock market. All inflation is an increase in the cost of goods and services, right? But we also want there to be growth in all aspects of our lives, right? It's like when you get married. You want there to be growth, right? You don't just want to do, I'm sorry, y'all, I have to go there. You don't just want to do that same position you did when you first met. You gotta keep it interesting a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
That's a missionary. But that's what I'm talking about. That's literally what I'm talking about, right? You don't just want to, I started out being a financial coach and I have 5 clients. 10 years later, I still got 5 clients. I'm also broke and homeless, right? So that's kind of like, what do we do? Like, is how much growth is too much growth? You know what I'm saying? So yeah, we do have that 2% that's kind of baked in. Where was I in a room where we were talking about? Oh, with TC, who was trying to? Yeah, we were talking about cost of living increases, cost of living adjustments. Social Security has it put in, like pensions didn't, right? You got a stream of income for life. But certain things are, like jobs. Everybody remembers if you're lucky, you get that little 2 to 3% raise, which we're supposed to be overjoyed about. But that was just to keep up with inflation, to keep you at a job so you didn't go looking for another one, right? But that happens because we don't really have control over, what China is going to charge for something. And there's an economic term for this, but I can never remember it. It's where we can use like the Birkins and all those luxury goods, which I love that China is like, you know what, United States, I'm telling all your freaking secrets because y'all are getting on our nerves, right? Have y'all been following that? It is funny as shit.
That campaign was classic.
Is it not? Yes, and first they came at Dior, like, yo, Dior, you're charging $1,000 for these sneakers, and they literally cost you $42.32 to manufacture. You're full of shit. So this is what happened with we'll just say like Louis Vuitton. All of these things are mostly manufactured in China. Parts come from Indonesia, parts come from here, and then they land in France, and they like put a ribbon on it. Boom, manufactured in France. Get the fuck out of here, right? 80% of that shit was done overseas. Wasn't manufactured in France, my ass. But that's just how it works. That's how it works with American cars. Like the number one American car outside of Tesla that's mostly manufactured here, it's not even American. It's like a Honda Passport. Because all of the shit comes from everywhere else. I forgot my train of thought because y'all know I love these combos, so I'll pass the mic around.
Everyone else go, because I am so triggered right now, Reform, so I'm going to let everyone else respond before.
I know. Oh, yeah, Bannon, Sabina. I think that would be a good daytime combo that we talk about, that maybe Patty or First Lady will play what Bannon was saying. Because, yeah, that's crazy as shit talking about...
On the third term?
Yes!
I'm not playing that mess, because I don't even want to talk that into existence. What's going on?
Well, there you go. Amen. Period.
There we have it. So 45 people have voted. Let me get my glasses on. Glasses I don't have. Let me move these big eyelashes out the way. Okay. Let's say, 45 people have voted. We have 18%. That's absolutely, it's a must. And then we have 27% that says no, let it burn. Let this thing burn. And then we got only if the Repubs go ahead and pass those subsidies. Okay. And that is at 38%. Let it burn just moved into 30%. Okay. All right. I'm just here hanging out. It's at 17%. So we're tied with the 17%. Absolutely, it's a must. All right. Back to business. So versus went on. I don't know who won. I gotta get caught up later on today. Tomorrow. Let me see. Is it in the house? Is it already scheduled? No, it's not scheduled. Okay. Well, tomorrow we are having our last 1 hour and 30 minutes, 1 hour and a half, for 107 days with Kamala Harris. I think we're on like the 30th something day countdown to the actual election. So that conversation should be good. I hope you guys can join us. If you haven't already, go ahead and join the Politically Telegram. We want to know, what books do you want to hear next? We're going to start having different books that we go over on, let's say, Saturdays and Sundays. So please make sure you let us know what book you want to read. If you don't have the Telegram link, you'll have to hold out. I told you guys, you got to get in now. Subscriptions are coming, and it's going to be $25 a day. So get in while you can. Join the Politically Correct Telegram. But if you don't have it, just go ahead and give me a back channel. Now, we're not doing, no novels and shit. None of that smut talk books. No. We're talking about politics, something that we can, really have a conversation about.
So are you using the books to try to keep the Republicans away? Or is...
No, because they will make you say books, I run. I love books. They're great.
Hey, Marsh.
I guess you're a Democrat now.
You know, Marshall.
I guess so. Oh well.
I'm surprised you're still a Republican, Marshall.
In my county, I'm disaffiliated with our state party, and I'm disaffiliated with our national party.
Good
So
job.
I have my county service, and that's about it.
Aww. I knew that little spicy Latina was going to make a difference in your life. I knew. Ooh.
She really was something. I tell you what, we're no longer together, but we're still friends, and she was just like, she's one of the coolest girls I've ever dated.
You know what? Go get her king so you can have an abuela and all of that stuff. I didn't even know. I was guessing. Like, it's inevitable. Who else are you going to date down there by the border? Exactly, right?
I mean, this is going to sound weird, but I've never dated a white chick, ever.
I'm not surprised. Like, there's literally, you must be the only white man with red hair for hundreds of months.
It's a harrowing experience, Marshall. Harrowing.
I think it's the best experience ever. I get around large groups of white people, and I get uncomfortable.
I was talking about the white women.
Oh.
Look at one.
Y'all are so silly.
I just want to congratulate my sister, my cousin sister, Reformed. She was pretty good today. She didn't crash too bad. I appreciate that. It was a good conversation. And T lasted all day long, and you didn't throw him out. My.
I never throw him out, because I'm like, I know these people would tell Patty in 2 seconds, somebody kiss me. I'm like, you're not going to put it. Now that Mountain dude is weird. And he was in Lou's room, sputtering, yelling. It's so crazy to me when they're like, but y'all didn't care about, the abuse of children when, Biden was in office. I'm like, bro, it's the abuse of children. Like, are you okay? I'm sorry, that shit gets weird when they start, when they're like, we don't really care about that. So I'm like, you know what? Let me just go away. I don't even want it.
Yeah, now Mountain ain't one that I can tolerate too long, because he is belligerent.
it's gonna pop in my head one day, but yeah. But what were we saying? So like, y'all see what I'm trying to say though, like in terms of the economy and what's gonna happen. That's like the concern. So nobody listens to economists.
Right, but see, I think you're at a high level of this and talking to the people who are in the middle class. But before we can even get to the middle class, I think the income challenge people are getting ready to have a goddamn fit. Like if they're not eating, don't you think they're gonna get the stealing?
Oh, for sure. But you know, First Lady, this is part of it. Like, you know, where there's extreme poverty, for whatever reason, it can lead to extreme crime. We know this. Right?
I don't want to deal with that. I can't deal with that. I don't like crime.
But Reformed and First Lady, and then I'm just going to push back a little bit. When you sit here and
you're pushing back. So will you stop pushing? Go ahead.
How dare you? How dare I will not take that bait, lady. but Reform, let me say this. When you are okay with 2% and planned inflation, 2% planned tax on every American that makes USD in income and savings, and you sit here and say, hey, the fact that even if you make $100,000 a year, you're living paycheck to paycheck in America. That's just a reality, right? And so when you're okay with inflation, when you're okay with the increase in cost, right? And so you look at China, and their income every month is a fraction of what it is in America, but their quality of life, their access to higher education, their access to healthcare, their access to be able to excel and have just unbelievable quality of life metrics. That's the important thing. And America is no longer in the top 10 list of any quality of metrics. And China is, and other socialist nations are. And so Reform, that's where I push back, is when you're okay with a 2% inflation and printing unbalanced budgets and just printing money, then you're okay with the poverty that leads to the fact that you guys had 3 mass shootings in America today. 3.
Today?
Or at least in the last 3 days, yeah.
Really? I ain't know one happened. Mass shooting? Are you sure?
Yes, ma'am. But sadly, that is the majority of days in America. And by mass shooting, I mean a shooting incident that killed more than 2 or 3 people. That is almost every single day in America, ma'am.
Don't be mad at me, sir.
That was a lot.
Hey, Sabina.
I'm so sorry. Girl, you put me in the goo right now. I
said that like you'd like it.
Everybody likes First Lady. She gonna make $10,000 at OnlyFans the first day already.
Yeah, you're gonna be my promoter. Yeah,
What do you call an OnlyFans promoter? Is there a name for that?
Mind your business? No. we taking it overseas.
It's called the small business owner, and that queen is so much better than the pimp that used to own the adult.
Right, we're called social media content managers. That's what we're called. Social media content managers.
I like that. You like that? Yeah.
First Lady got $1 million in chatter last week. I mean, that was word on the street. That's what I heard.
Oh. How much did that room get? Like $400 or $500?
That's what the room got. What First Lady got was completely separate. That's that's getting word on the street.
Awesome.
I don't want to talk about anybody's business.
Exactly. You don't want to tell it, but you're just running your lips, huh?
Just be her cash out, Arthur. But on Chatter, you can send people rocket chats through their profiles. Just FYI, it does not have to be to the room. So there you go.
Here's a controversial take. OnlyFans empowered women in the oldest career or industry in human existence for the first time and stripped wealth from rich, wealthy white men who were profiting off of the women who were in that industry before OnlyFans. Hot take.
Well, no, but the guys who own OnlyFans are getting money, getting a percentage of that pie.
But they took out the middleman, like the pimps that were, pimping out the woman. So yeah, there's still people at the top, but
Yeah, exactly.
It's way more safer because it's easy to kill what would you call it, a prostitute, right? That was the original term, and then the higher end was escorts, and then now I think reform. What did you say it was? Social media content, right?
Mm-hmm.
So,
social media content creator.
So it's much better, honestly.
Social media content creator is crazy. So, if I do OnlyFans, am I going to hell? Like, I don't want to go to hell. No.
Hold on. How dare you? How dare you? Hold on.
I don't want to go to hell. Like, what's going on? I feel like I'm going to go to hell.
onlyfans.com/revelations. Then you definitely.
Okay, you hear that?
That includes my Bible humor for the month, by the way. That's it. That's my.
I'm writing down Revelations at the end. Taking it.
Jesus loved everyone. Prostitutes, tax collectors, everyone, politicians, everybody. So.
I mean, you could read the Song of Solomon in some lingerie. That's spreading the word, literally. Quote, unquote. Let me have some.
That's a great point.
Good one.
That's great.
That's such a great point, Reform. I saw this TikTok. I don't know if you guys have seen it. It's this viral TikTok where a preacher in a Christian, Baptist church has a blinged out Rolls Royce on stage. And he's like, the reason why I bring my blinged out Rolls Royce on stage is to demonstrate for God that this is for all of us. And someone in the congregation says, can I drive it? And he says, no, Jesus wouldn't want that, right? And that's kind of the point I'm saying is that if that preacher went on OnlyFans, he's going to be a millionaire, right? But also, OnlyFans the owners of OnlyFans taking 10% from those small business owners that are creating their own content is so much better than that pimp that used to own that woman and force her into poverty and depression and slavery so that they could have a whole bunch of money profiting off of their body. That's the difference.
Jeremy, speaking of this, I honestly did not know this, guys. Maybe some of it. I had no idea that Trump, because people always talk about Trump's father, but I didn't know Trump's grandfather was a brothel owner, and he changed his name, anglicized his name. It was German, but he was a brothel owner, so technically a pimp who made money off of women. I never knew that.
Yeah, the men are getting on it too. I mean, we're joking about OnlyFans, but do y'all know how many celebrities have gone on OnlyFans? And it's crazy. Like they make so much money. I'm an advocate for safety, right? I don't believe in shaming sex workers. I don't like how these young girls are on there, but I'm not living their life, right? If they manage their money appropriately. And there's a lot of young men that are on there too. So, shoot, to each his own. There are people selling feet, the feet pics. Heck, does anybody remember for the OGs? We thought that when eBay came around, that was also such a big deal. Because I was a stay-at-home mom during eBay. And I don't know, there was a woman, I don't know how she did it, y'all, but she had the cutest polo shirts and shorts and everything, and I would spend $300 for 10 outfits for my boys. Now I'm she was probably stealing that some kind of way, but I didn't even think about it because I was such a goody two-shoes. But that was a business model for people, right? You got your PayPal, you did your eBay, and you had all of these people that became sellers, and it was pretty revolutionary at the time. Now we have people that do Shopify, people that have websites, people that have affiliate links with Avon. Look at some of the more popular content creators. I'm not even talking about the streamers, right? Which when you get into that, that is just insane to me how much money these young guys make. Like, they're a whole, conglomerate. I mean, they're meeting celebrities. They're even the Versus. The Versus arose primarily from COVID, from people using Instagram Live, which we didn't even have access to 10 years ago. So we got into this conversation. Carsonet, there's also, look at that Nara. What's her name? Nara, the woman that puts on couture and makes noodles from scratch. Yeah. All of these people. There's also that First Lady. Have you seen her cleaning with Nikki? The black lady that first of all, it's way too much consumerism for me. She has her closet, she has all of these products, every single product created on earth, she has it. She cleans her does anybody else know what I'm talking about?
One content creator to the next. We don't look at others. Sorry.
Oh, that's right. First Lady is a content creator. Absolutely. Right? So that's what I'm saying. The way that money can be introduced into the economy. First of all, it's indicative of the fact that the people are doing quite well, right? Because look at the way that I give cash apps. So y'all really need to have me stop that though, because I'm a single mom and I ain't got no job. But obviously that is discretionary money for me, right? I'm not going without in order to do that. That on a tiny fashion, if I give somebody on Facebook because I like a reel, you have to think about how empowering that is, both for the receiver and the person that's giving. We have the ability to just pop money all over the place, to have these subscriptions, to pay for Netflix. Look at how we have changed traditional TV. When is the last time somebody's watched the actual news on the news, traditional TV, channel NBC, ABC? I can't even tell y'all.
I watch Matlock on Thursdays on CBS.
You do it. There's a Matlock. Wait a minute.
How dare you?
There's a new Matlock?
Yes.
Wait, who's the Matlock?
Hold on. Is it a privileged white woman? Go ahead, lady. Tell them about that privileged white woman.
Shut up. That lady. I think she played him. Did she play Misery? I'm not sure her name.
Oh, Kathy Bates. Now I knew they had the Equalizer. I like no, not the Equalizer. What was Queen Latifah called?
911.
No, Queen Latifah was Equalizer.
Right, and that was the movie, and then they made the movie with Denzel. You know what, y'all? Side note. I do love how melanated people are playing those roles, because the Equalizer was the white guy, because I watched the original TV show, which I loved, and then it was Denzel Washington, and then it was Queen Latifah. I thought that evolution was so cool.
Yeah, well, Matlock is really good.
I will
and
not.
It's in the second season. Shush, Jeremy. It's in the second season, so. But yeah, I watch regular TV all the time. Even though I had cable, I still actually have cable. So right now I'm watching The Verdict with Judge Hatchett.
I have cable too. I like it.
I'm addicted. I can't get rid of it.
See, I'm the very same way. I do like the network shows. I like The Rookie. I like the NCIS original. I like all that kind of stuff. I like Brilliant Minds, which is really, really interesting. I love network television.
The last time I watched network television, and I'll throw it to Jeremy, was during the debates. I don't watch that. It's really sad. I couldn't even, I'll have to check on Matlock, because I love Kathy Bates, and I love Matlock, but I didn't even
I think it comes on Hulu. I think it comes on Hulu.
Okay,
it's really good.
It's really, really good. She did such a good job.
Yeah, outstanding.
I still like The View. I don't know why people are so rude against The View. I like them for some reason. Especially Whoopi Goldberg. Yeah, they're still entertaining,
Whoopi Goldberg can go fuck herself. Yeah.
I'll jump in, but lady, I don't want to interrupt, but.
Go ahead.
I was just going to respond to reform. I think what's happened, and go back to what the conversation was, entertainers, content creators
Is this
in
the guy who
early
said
America.
Whoopi Goldberg can go fuck herself?
No, that was Narco.
Okay. Sorry, get you, Jared.
The same. In early America, like the content creators in Hollywood didn't profit off that content. It was wealthy industry owners and the owners of the content, right? And then you had like these producers, predominantly white males, Epstein and the other guy, Harvey, whatever, like profiting way more off of the content that actors created, right? And this evolution, the tie back to like OnlyFans and then the content creators in the adult industry, it's the same problem, is that the people who were actually creating the shit that people wanted to see did not benefit as much as the wealthy shareholders of the companies that supported that. And I think what's amazing with TikTok and OnlyFans is that it is given more of the profits and the revenue from what they create to the people who create it. And yes, OnlyFans is going to take 10%, and TikTok's going to, be a very wealthy company, but also they have transferred so much more wealth to the content creators than any of the entertainment content creators that got that wealth before.
Sometimes I wish there was some, like, I'm not saying regulation, but like, you know how there's like a SAG for acting, or like something that is like credible, because there's, excuse my language, some retarded podcasters that, I think give podcasting a bad name, because there's some that are like outstanding, doing great content, doing way better than the news, right? Some people on here, right? But I don't know. I think sometimes there's ones that make the industry a bit bad. I don't know. I don't know what they should do, but I don't know what, like a SAG or something that regulates it. I don't know. But yeah, there's really amazing left and right, like on both sides, have good podcasters.
To me, the only left-wing commentator or podcaster I like would be Sam Cedar.
Sam Cedar is a smart guy. Actually, he's somebody who, on the left, he's one of the only people I'll listen to. He has opposite views, but he is intelligent and like well-informed, and he's interesting to listen to.
Yeah, I mean, just in general, though, it's like, I compare his conversations in the Jubilee surrounded videos, and I don't know, it's just the way he talks, lets them finish, creates a more civil dialogue.
But actually, I take that back. I'm sorry. I meant Ezra Klein. I'm so sorry. Sam Cedar I listen to sometimes. My bad. I'm a retard. Got my names mixed up, even though they don't sound alike.
Gotcha.
You kind of remind me of like a funnier Nick Fuentes, and he's Mexican too. You know who I'm talking about? Nick Fuentes?
Of course, unfortunately.
Like a white nationalist Mexican he's on the far right though.
Yeah, he pushes like third world nationalism, and so like white people like us don't really like vouch for that. It's just like a gross third world Catholic nationalism. We don't need that here in the U.S.
Wait, you're white. Really? We never knew that one.
Yeah, so like a lot of us that are white. Well, first of all, there's a lot of reasons.
W, like white.
Now, how did PP get on this stage? What is going on?
What?
No, I'm saying Nick Fuentes. It's an open secret. He is, and I'm not saying this to like shame him or anything like that. He is a homosexual. Like pretty much everybody knows.
Okay, but so is Scott Bessent. Did you know that Scott Bessent is married into a man? Oh, I didn't do that. Okay, well, see, I didn't do that.
Lindsey Graham. Let's not even start with Lindsey Graham, but let's go back to the conversation, right? Is that like, should content creators and the people who create the content benefit the most from their special skill? Or should a bunch of like privileged, wealthy, predominantly white shareholders be the ones that benefit? right? And again, I'll go back to the poll, right? And I know we put the poll up a while ago, lady, but this goes back to the poll. Is that if the Democrats vote to pass this unbalanced budget, that will result in a lot of Americans losing, the most vulnerable Americans losing access to health care because they just can't afford the increase in their rates. Like, should the Democrats do that, or should they stand their ground? What is the best for America's democracy when it comes to midterms? I think that's the question we need to ask.
I just think that the Democrats, that they just have to make the Republicans extend the ACA, because that's really the thing that principally is what people would be frustrated with Trump if he did it.
I mean, it's already approaching the longest shutdown in history. Ironically, Mr. Trump holds the number 2 position as well. I think that if it probably goes like beyond a couple of weeks, then the Dems will just, they'll submit. Because I don't want to use the word submit. They will, because
bend the
Capitulate.
Yeah.
So can I ask you guys both a question? Which is, and I think this is the crux of the vote, right? What is politically more beneficial for Democrats in the midterm? For them to stand their ground with all the repercussions in order to really make the point that we do not want so many people to lose access to health care, or to capitulate and open up the government and let Americans feel the pain of the Republican policy. When it comes to the midterms, which I think are literally the potential cusp of whether American democracy survives or not, what do you guys think is the best move? Should the Democrats just let Americans feel the pain and open up government? Or should they let American federal workers feel the pain by keeping the government shut?
But that's the thing. One thing that Clubhouse and social audio is good for is I really get to hear Trump supporters. You know what? I don't even want to call them supporters. Trump fanatics. That's what they are. Substantiate is like my new word for the year, how much they are deeply ingrained with this man and everything he does. I remember when Barack Obama was in office, there was a really popular Facebook group with like thousands and thousands of members, and it was called Black Republicans. So the arguments there were about legislation, policy. Maybe 5% of people made it personal, but not really. Because remember how the OG politics, like, yes, we talk about race, of course. Yes, we talk about legislation, but it was more nuanced, right? Like, you still criticized Bush. Hell, I don't know a single person that voted Republican that really liked W. I'm just gonna be honest. Like, who the fuck really liked W? Laura Bush. You know what I'm saying? Laura Bush got more respect than he did. I'm being for real.
Junior.
I think that
Junior. Nobody really liked Junior. Nobody really didn't like him, but he wasn't a very strong guy. Like, we knew that he was being, thank God for Condi. Everybody loved Condi more than they loved Bush. But the way that these people, somebody cue me in. Like, was it like this for Abraham Lincoln? I don't think George Washington got glazed this much. These people fucking love this man. Like, I'm saying, like, beat you up on the playground if you dare to criticize him, right? Like, they have zero criticisms for what the fuck he does. Like, that's 40% of his core supporters. They don't give a shit. They will make every excuse. You just don't like Trump. You've got Trump PT, Trump. They made a little word for it. They buy the fucking merchandise. They buy the hats. It doesn't matter what he says. He can break the law. He can break the Constitution. He can do all kinds of shit. How the fuck are you gonna reach these people? Y'all listening to all of these interviews by these goddamn farmers. Well, I'm a 5th-generation farmer, and I don't agree with President Trump, what he's doing, but you fucking voted for him after he did the shit the first time.
The other day, this man said that he was going to take $230 million from the DOJ, and the right wing shrugged.
Right. Like what? Like
$130. Imagine if Obama was like, I kicked your asses. I'm taking $230 million. Can you imagine?
No, remember
you gotta love the way that Junior dodged those shoes, though. I mean, that was amazing.
Okay,
he dodged those shoes.
He dodged the shit out of those shoes.
He did. Give him credit.
But y'all remember that when Republicans used to criticize Republicans, like Republicans. Okay, so Republicans have always just toed the party line, right, for the most part. But think about it. Half of these people voted for Barack Obama. They're not even Republicans. I'm going to keep saying this. They're fake conservatives. They're pseudo-conservatives. They just, y'all, I know we keep saying it, especially in this space. It just blows my fucking mind. Look, if Matt Cole just said he bought Trump shoes, do you know how tacky that is for a president?
The gold
to be
one?
selling shit.
Yeah, but so was his fucking followers.
But I mean, But how are you supposed to reach these people? That's what I'm saying. Like, what are we supposed to do? You can't argue legislation with them. You can't argue the economy with them. You can't argue. Look at TC. TC is an example of someone who changed his party alliance and lost his fucking mind. Well, I'm just here to tell you that President Donald J. Trump does care about the troops. He absolutely does care about the military, and that's not true. I have to correct you. President Trump does love you very much, as do I. What the fuck, nigga? I'm sorry, y'all. That shit. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say the N-word. That shit's crazy as shit.
That was an amazing impression. Oh my God.
Did y'all hear he said that today?
He said it today.
He said it today.
To the veteran. To the veteran. He did yesterday.
Fool me once, shame on you, fool me.
Can I ask you a question? Do you think that Obama was ever treated in that type of way, like the glazing? Would you say it's comparable? What do you think?
No.
Hear about the brown suit controversy, Sabrina?
No.
Did you not see the horrific attack? I'm sorry, the tan. My bad.
No, I know inside that you had a lot of opposition, right? But I meant regarding like the way people treated him. Like, you don't think there was a huge fanfare, or no?
I'll answer this, and I'm curious to hear other people's thoughts as well. The way that the black community embraced Obama, I will say yes. He was on T-shirts, right? There was "My President's Black, My Lambo's Blue." I don't even know the song because I'm not a Jeezy fan. But what I will say is that Obama was elected to a second term. His numbers were, because I didn't vote for Barack Obama either way. To me, he would, at the time, he seemed like a typical Democratic president. But I regret that because I know he's going to turn out to be the top 10 because he was an excellent president. But what I will say is Obama had a lot of criticism within his own party. And some of it you could say was probably because he was a black man. But remember, even there was criticism within the African American community. Like, everybody remembers old boy who thought if there was going to be a first black president, it was going to be him, Jesse Jackson. Jesse Jackson, who was the other guy, y'all?
He cut his nuts off.
Herman Cain was a Republican, but who's the other guy? Oh, shoot.
Cornel West?
Not Farrakhan. Al Sharpton. No, this was the TV guy. Tavis Smiley. Oh my God, you talk about a big ass hater. He split with the other radio guy because he hated Barack Obama so much. But you don't really have that with the Republicans. Like, who is really nobody saying any shit about Trump? It's like he could poop on the damn White House desk and they would just be sniffing it and saying how good that shit smells. Like, that's how bad it is.
He could tear down the east wing of the White House and
exactly.
nobody would.
And now you have people saying, but it was trash and the plumbing was bad. No, the fuck it wasn't. Oh, we needed a ballroom. No, the fuck we didn't need a ballroom. What are you talking about? Like, what? That's a good example, whoever said that.
Yeah.
So, no, I don't think. Tavis Smiley. Let me go see what Tavis is doing.
Tavis, yeah. I like to add. Oh, go ahead, Declan.
Yeah, I just want to say that the fact is, I think people with small decks need big ballrooms to compensate.
Yeah, definitely. Sabina, I want to add to what Reform said a little bit. I think part of the reason why, she's absolutely right, there's a lot of celebration, particularly among black people, but part of that is also about politics for black people. It's always a last mile challenge because you're looking at when black people become leaders, it's something administrative, something in terms of like being mayor, being governor, that type of thing. There's, at least in the 60s and 70s and somewhere in the 80s, there was always this question of, some people some people supported it, and then you have some people who showed resistance. My favorite example, I don't know if I would want to say favorite, but Harold Washington had a lot of resistance, and it was within the local Democratic Party. I said this before in this room. He had a lot of resistance, fought through it, got to a second term, and literally died of a heart attack. And that part was heartbreaking for me. When Obama got in, I really like I said, I was happy that he got in, but I was also a little bit afraid because he's the first black president, and you don't know. Usually, the people who are first in leadership, they take a beating. They really do politically. But I think Obama did extremely well. I think he was well prepared. And I think the other thing, I think people were more happy to celebrate that because he was the first black president. That's a different set of joy than Trump, which I believe is really much more reactionary than anything else. If you look at all this, reforms mentioned about Trump supporters and so forth not getting through to him, the people who are responding think that they have their own savior of sorts. And realistically, he's not. He doesn't give a fuck about them. That's kind of how racism works politically. You get people that back somebody that they think is supporting them, and they're not. But I think for Obama, there was joy. There really was joy. I think there was some, it meant for America that someone who was of color can administrate at the highest levels and do it well. And that part was very, very important to have. So to your point, I'll just let go of the mic. I think America celebrated. There was some pushback. And Reform, thank you for mentioning about Tavis Smiley too, because I didn't like that. I get Tavis Smiley and Dr. West a little bit and pushing back, but I felt like it almost felt like it was being pushed back for the sake of pushback rather than something critical. But I think with Trump, it's a little different because it's a very reactionary. And Trump has been able to leverage Christian voters, I say that with air quotes, Christian voters, people who are farmers who think that he's going to represent them. Most Americans are not that sophisticated about the vote, about who they're voting. Let me back up and say this. They think in a straightforward manner, which is part of what you have for a free society. But a lot of people, don't realize that no matter what you ascribe to Trump, there's always something unethical, unconstitutional, and just plain wrong at the other end that checks whatever it is that you believe in. And Obama never really had that. And I'll land right there. So I hope that helps.
No, I agree. Now, did my grandmother have a framed picture of the Obamas as if they were relatives, and so did my aunt? Absolutely. By the way, my aunt was a conservative who voted for Obama for the first time. And the power that I knew of Obama when, like, my aunt actually gave to his campaign $20 a month. I'm sorry, $20 a month. He was just a cool president. He's still cool. And I think that, everybody was in love with Barack Obama, 2008. Do y'all remember that? Everybody, like, he was the cool president.
Yep.
everybody just loved him. Most people.
I mean, he allowed.
Yeah, except the Republicans, of course. He had those haters, but
he allowed, what's his name? He allowed Tony Hawk to be able to skate in the White House. I mean, what president allowed is, allowed somebody to do.
Yeah, I mean, and remember how y'all even for like the first lady, the things that she wore sold out. She wore J. Crew, it sold out. And I don't think they had paid attention to like a first lady's fashion, because Barbara Bush, bless her heart, I love Barbara Bush, by the way. She still did a lot. She did a lot for the city of Houston. But they hadn't really paid attention to a first lady's fashion, because Hillary, bless her heart, Hillary
They
looked like
didn't
she
pay
just wanted
attention
to
to my fashion. I don't get it. Why they didn't pay attention to my fashion?
First lady,
oh my God,
you should be up in there, girl. You should be up in there, because I don't.
We
see
gotta find
Melania
the first
dress.
man first, so I can be
Okay,
the first lady.
we taking you overseas. We taking you overseas, girl.
Yes, let's go.
We need some billionaire money. But Hillary didn't really do it. The last one was Nancy. I would say Nancy's ball gowns. So yeah, we're looking for a first man for first lady. But yeah, Michelle, the whole family. Remember how the Republicans gave him such a hard time, the senators, but he always handled it well. Just once, I wish he would have cussed them the fuck out, but I know he would never do that. But yeah, if Bannon is saying that Barack can win again, if Trump can run again, then why can't Barack Obama? Now, wouldn't that be crazy? Barack versus Trump in 2028.
Yeah, Obama would kick Trump's ass.
Go. That's exactly what I thought. I was like, if they do that, then Obama could come right back in. So it's gonna go tick for tat. But I think they've been attacking Michelle so much in the comments on her new podcast, because I think they're scared that she can run in the future, and that's why they're attacking her so much. And she said many times she has no interest. I don't know why they keep bothering her. She doesn't want to run, yet for some reason they're still attacking her nonstop because they think that she wants in the future. And I do think she probably had a better chance than Kamala, but she made it clear she has no interest in politics, that she's, is disgusted by it. It's not her temperament, right? But anyways.
I think Barack would do it to save democracy. Have y'all heard like his recent comments in the last couple of months? He's really going there, and in my opinion, he kind of stayed respectful to the end. He respected the office of the presidency more than the current president did. That's my opinion. And now it seems like his rhetoric is, for Obama, it's kind of like very, I would never say incendiary when it comes to Barack, but y'all see what I'm saying? Like he's being more targeted against Donald. Yes, he's
fired.
Yes,
he's going off script. The more gray he gets, the more he doesn't give a fuck.
That's what I think. And do I think that he would sacrifice again just to restore democracy? Yes, I absolutely believe that he would do that, because he's overly concerned now. He always kept it, he kept it 100. We certainly wish the president well when he was shot, and Barack is ever the diplomat, right? He's ever the gentleman. And I think that like who's gonna save democracy? Who's gonna save the United States? If Barack Obama can't do it, who the hell else could do it? The kids are older, Melania. Now, one thing I will say that I do appreciate about Melania, she set the standard to where the first lady does not have to be part and parcel of the president. Because when did we ever see that happen? To what F. Gray is saying, Michelle wouldn't allow it. Michelle could live her other life and not even have to go to the White House, because that's what Melania has done. Melania ain't even in the damn White House. She don't even stay there. We barely see her.
She's been around a lot lately.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is,
in the last 2 months, I've seen her everywhere.
The one person I think would win if he had more publicity would be Pete Buttigieg.
Now, you know damn well they're never gonna elect a gay man who is married to a man. Come on, bro.
You can't say that.
Yes, I can.
That's what happened.
Okay. I think you have to listen to what Reform to say.
Exactly, and reform, which is so important, right? Let's look at who got the vote, right? And Necro, I'm sorry, but I disagree completely. But reform, here's my issue, right? Obama was so American. This president was an expert in American history, in American politics. He respected the American democracy system so much, despite that he had a majority in all the houses. He didn't Trump. He didn't flex that to the extent to make the positive changes that he could have made. And I appreciate that criticism of Obama. Right? And Trump is now in the same place as Obama, and I'm going to take every single ounce of power that I have to implement the changes that I want. And I genuinely wish that when Obama was in power, that he trumped out more, because I think that America would be a so much better place than had he not.
Because he's burning down the country. That would not have, it's not good to just be this way. No, you don't rule through executive order. That's just not how this country is supposed to be run.
They would have killed him. They would have killed him. You know that. They would have killed Barack Obama had he even attempted 5% of the things that Donald Trump is doing, and we know that. They would have never even...
100%.
Not even...
He pushed harder for the Supreme Court seat.
I think
Mitch McConnell wouldn't even do the hearing.
There's nothing he could have done at all. There's no procedure. There's no process. There's nothing he could have done. Even put a gun to Mitch's head that could have made that happen. There's nothing.
I'm just saying, Arthur, I'm just saying he could have pushed harder than he did. He somewhat laid down and rolled over on that one.
And shocking,
there isn't anything that would have happened, but he could have pushed harder. That's all I'm trying to say.
And Sean, can we talk about Supreme Court appointments? Can we talk about what happened? Like Obama sat there and said, hey, let's just bring both sides together, and literally abandoned the appointment of Supreme Court justices who should have been appointed. And all I'm asking you is that I think America would be so much better positioned today if Obama, with his power, like Trump is doing, for his agenda, which was for America, rather than Trump trumping out for billionaires.
Jeremy, that would not have been a good outcome. We literally, when he was going to have a military exercise in Texas at one point, and they were like, yo, Obama's going to come here and take over Texas. Like, no. Like, there's nothing, like, he could have done to make the Supreme Court happen. There's no process in place. He could have yelled at the top of his lungs. Wouldn't have moved the dial at all. Like, I understand where you're coming from, but you can't. It's just more like noise for the sake of it.
But Arthur, sometimes noise helps. There's nothing he could have done, but he could have been more vocal. I think that's what I said. And I think that's what Jeremy's trying to say.
And by the way,
if it was Jeremy speaking.
Jeremy wants Obama to go like full tilt. And I'm telling you, like, it would have taken that man out if he did like just like Reform said, a fifth of what this guy's doing. Are you kidding?
Right. Or they would have called him the ghetto president. Like, he navigated those lines quite well, I will say. Right? As someone who did not vote for him and can now see like the elegance that he had. He brought such an elegance to the White House, and
Did you just say you didn't vote for him?
I didn't. I was a Republican. The first Democratic president I ever voted for was Hillary Clinton. I grew up Republican. Yeah.
No, I knew you grew up Republican, but for some reason I thought all this time you had voted for Obama.
But the point I was trying to make.
No, that's what I tell people, Shaw. I was a real Republican. I did not vote for Barack Obama either way. I know everybody thinks everybody black voted for him. But no, I mean, I was a conservative. There was no reason for me to vote for a Democrat. I regret it, but yeah. I love McCain. I really did. McCain was one of my favorites. But I mean, they would have told him he was ghetto or something. We know that. Like, he had such a fine line that I think Barack Obama was so good in his presidency that it's like we almost add that he was the first black president as an afterthought, because nothing about how he conducted his presidency, I always say this, Donald Trump was the ghetto president. That's who they thought Barack Obama was going to be, bringing all his kids up to the White House,